Every sport has its moment. The one night where the best don't just show up, they rise up. This is the Breeders' Crown. A season of sweat, speed, and sacrifice all leading here. From the barns to the paddock, from the first stride of spring to the final stretch of fall, every mile has built to this one.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
The fastest trotters, the fiercest pacers, the greatest names in harness racing, all chasing one thing: immortality. Because in this sport, nothing is given, everything is earned. Tonight, history is made again. And for the 42nd year in a row, we get to say, in harness racing, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. The 2025 Breeders' Crown continues. Welcome back, everyone, to Woodbine Mohawk Park in beautiful Campbellville, Ontario, host of the 2025 Championship Series. 42 years in the making, and it's night number 2 of the Breeders' Crown. And if last night was any indication of what we could see here tonight, well, buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. And it's perfect conditions for this late fall here in Campbellville. As the temperature sitting now at 9 degrees Celsius, the track is fast, the flag's not moving a whole lot, so guess what? We could be set for some big-time miles, much like we saw an evening ago. Welcome back, everyone, to Primetime Racing here outside the paddock. My name is Mark McKelvey, joined as always by Greg Blanchard. And Greg, we continue to bring in the big guns for Breeders' Crown weekend, another Hall of Famer.
Yeah, musical chairs. This time it's Chris Christoforou, and what a job Paul McDonnell did last night, and we've got a 3-time Breeders' Crown winner here, multiple O'Brien award winner, Hall of Famer. You've done it all, Chris, and you've got to be pumped to be here and part of this night, but in a different way.
Yeah, it's my favorite time of year, and it's my favorite series. You know, the Breeders' Crown series. I always look forward to it. You see the best of the best at the end of the year, and it's you get a lot of divisional winners tonight, so we get to see the best.
And last night we saw quite the performances. If you go through those 4 two-year-old races, we were kind of blown away in each and every race for different reasons. But the final race of the evening in terms of the Breeders' Crown, we saw Bo Jangle set a new Canadian record, 148-3. Chris, you weren't far from our desk last night watching it. What did you think of it?
Oh, fantastic. He showed that he was the best by far. He's the best 2-year-old I've seen in many, many years, and probably ever. And he stole the show.
Luadipo was also impressive once again. We saw some first-time winners in the Breeders' Crowns in terms of Storybook Love and Spencer Hanover. So a lot of great moments, and we will talk a bit about that. But we've really got to turn our focus to what is happening here tonight, and that's the 8 finals for the 3-year-old and the open divisions. We'll be at the desk all night long, and we have one other member of our broadcast team to introduce. She'll be roaming the paddock. Let's say hello to Jamie McDonald.
Thanks, guys. You may have a 3-time Breeders' Crown champion with you, but I'm here checking out some that could three-peat tonight. That's right. There's stars on our card that have won a Breeders' Crown, some looking to double up and some looking to triple up. And those include our Queen of the North, Sylvia Hanover, my girl EJ, and of course the rugged Amigo Volo, who we did catch up with the connections earlier this week, and we look forward to bringing you their information on him a little bit later on in the card.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Look forward to hearing from the connections. We got a lot of good comments last night. We'll look for more of that this evening through our 8 championship races. With the Breeders' Crown back at Woodbine Mohawk Park, we take a look at the venues that lead the way. If you combine Woodbine and Mohawk, owned by Woodbine Entertainment, well, Woodbine Entertainment has hosted more Breeders' Crown races than any other racetrack operator, and we talked about this last night with Paul Chris, the fact that when the Breeders' Crown comes to our own backyard, it's a little extra special.
Oh, it's the best. I wish it was here every year. It would be so great. But yeah, it's something we all look forward to.
Well, it's time to look ahead to what we have coming up tonight. And our first Breeders' Crown race is just moments away. It's going to be the Breeders' Crown Mare Trot. Before we talk about these talented mares, Greg, is there one race in particular that you're most looking forward to here tonight?
Yeah, probably the Glamour Boy division. Always at Breeders' Crown time. That seems to be a race that's high on the docket. And this year with Blueprint trying to cap off his brilliant season. But he's been beatable of late, and others are going to try and step up and dethrone him. So that's one that I've really got my eye on. But so many superstars again tonight, following up on what we saw here last evening.
The final Breeders' Crown race of the night is going to be the Open Pace. I think you can make a case for 6 or 7 of them in there, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. It's a tough field, and it's going to be a battle right to the wire. You're going to see some big racing, I think, in that race. A lot of movement, and it should be exciting.
So the mares are going to kick things off. As you can see, the schedule for this evening's Breeders' Crown races will start on the trot with the purse $548,000 Canadian for the Breeders' Crown Mare Trot. And I love when we can just jump right into things here on Primetime Racing as we take a look at the field for race number 2 on this Saturday night card from Mohawk Park. It was to be a field of 9. We do have one scratch in this race. Number 8, Call Me Goo, unfortunately won't get an opportunity to repeat in the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, it's unfortunate with her out. So it's going to be a new face this year capturing this division, and so many accomplished world champion performers in the field. Really interesting too, Mark. A couple of them go barefoot tonight, and we're going to see that as a bit of a theme on the trot throughout our Breeders' Crown races this evening. A real testament, Chris, I'm sure, to the condition of the track right now and how good it is.
Well, I think the first race went in 148. So, yeah, the track can't be any better, I don't think. And like you said, it's a testament by people taking these shoes off these trotters. It really helps a horse that interferes and touches a little bit behind. It kind of frees them up, and they're a little lighter. So, it's good to see, and we'll have to see if it works for them.
The number 4, MM's Dream, the number 5, Date Night Hanover are going to be the 2 horses in this race that have pulled the shoes, and they will race barefoot as we watch the horses start to make their way out of the paddock. Connections that have some high hopes tonight, I would think, is that of Determination. Serge Godin, one of the most prominent owners in the sport. His trainer, Luc Blais. Their reinsman, Louis-Philippe Waugh. They've got 2 in this race with Drawn Impression and Emoji Hanover. But later on tonight, when we talk about what we'll see, Emoticon Legacy will look to follow in the footsteps of his dam, Emoticon Hanover, who was a 2-time Breeders' Crown winner. That's a race I'm really looking forward to, Chris, because this horse has just gone to the next level over the last few months.
He's been my favorite 3-year-old trotter this year. I've been following him all year. He's got the pedigree. He's a really good horse, and it's going to be fun to see if he can cap it off here in the Breeders' Crown.
All right, so the horse is stepping out onto the track, and we'll get to the post parade in just a moment. Again, with that scratch of number 8, Call Me Goo, it's going to bring us down to a field of 8. Of course, no eliminations were needed. A couple of them got in some preps last week, including the 7 Alista Hanover, who had a big-time qualifier. We'll chat about that in a moment. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Drawn Impression for Determination, Blais and Waugh. The 4-year-old daughter of Muscle Hill is winless this season, jumping up into that older ranks. Winless in 10 starts, but has hit the board in 6 of those efforts.
Number 2, Nelson Bright Eagle, also winless this season in 8. Much better, though, than that record would indicate. One of a couple in here for trainer August Vonstead, who's won this division in 3 of the last 4 years. We'll have James McDonald driving.
Another one for Determination and Blais, this time being handled by Bob McClure, who won a Breeders' Crown event last night. The 3 is Emoji Hanover, another 4-year-old here. She's got 4 wins on the season.
One of the best trotting mares we've seen in many years, MM's Dream. She is a double millionaire sent out by trainer Ron Burke. Yannick Gingras driving. She's one of the 2 in the field that remove the shoes for tonight's Breeders' Crown.
The other one that's going to go barefoot is the 5 Date Night Hanover. Dexter Dunn for trainer Marcus Melander, who won a Breeders' Crown last night with Spencer Hanover. And here's a 4-year-old daughter of Chapter 7 that's coming in off a victory in the All-Arage at the Red Mile.
August Vonstead trains and drives, co-owns number 6, Warwi Michelle. A win tonight would make her a double millionaire.
7 is going to be Alista Hanover, and I mentioned prior to the post parade that she had a big-time qualifying effort here at Woodbine Mohawk Park a week ago. She stopped the clock in 1:51.1. That was a new career best. She's trained by Annie Stobie. Hall of Famer David Miller does the driving.
And with the scratch of 8, it will be Bravo Angel rounding out the field in this year's Breeders' Crown. Jason Bartlett got his first Breeders' Crown title last evening, and he'll drive this pair Engblom pupil. She's a 5-time winner in 16 this year.
There's the field for the Breeders' Crown Mare Trot. Again, the purse over $548,000 Canadian. A field of 8 to line up. And one horse that is so striking, she catches your attention when she steps out onto the track, is the number 7, Alista Hanover. And Jamie caught up with her trainer, Annie Stobie.
Trainer Annie Stobie joins us now in front of Post 7, Race 2, Alista Hanover. And of course, quite the horse here. 4 years old. She's moved into her 4-year-old season. From 3 to 4, that can kind of be tricky for mare trotters. You know, were you worried about that? We talked about staking a little bit as well. How do you plan out that 4-year-old year?
You have to have plans A through Z, to be honest, because you don't know how they're going to take to the, because you kind of are just throwing them to the wolves. So we had a lot of different options for her staking wise, and we were able to go with plan A.
Which is incredible. And no race for her last week as they just all went into the final, but you did qualify. So she hasn't raced since September 27th. How are you feeling about that?
Well, she set a new lifetime mark in a qualifier, plugs in and drawn off, so she's ready for tonight.
That's got to be something special, especially in a qualifier where there is no stress, and she does something like that.
It was just kind of like, oh, she qualified good, and then I look up at the time, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a new lifetime mark.
So last year she was 3rd in the Breeders' Crown. How was that? That must have been an amazing feeling with her.
She has been such a special horse. She, had some issues in the very beginning, and we got her all healed up, and she's just continued to be amazing for us.
And on a personal note, you're having a career season, over $1 million in purse earnings already, and we're nearing the end of October. How does that make you feel?
It's surreal, and actually in American she's about 100 and change short of $1 million. So I mean, I would love a crown, but it would be pretty amazing to make her a millionaire in the States tonight.
Well, good luck tonight in another Breeders' Crown final with her, and we look forward to seeing her out on the track.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jamie, and good to hear from Annie Stobie, sending out Alista Hanover. Right now on the betting board, she is sitting at 5-2. Your favorite is the 6, Warwi Michelle, at 8-5. Chris, I'll start first with you here, looking at this group of mares. Very talented. I mean, all in their own rights, they have impressive resumes. Who stands out to you?
Well, I always like Warwi Michelle. She's such a nice mare. She shows up every week, and when she gets beat, she's usually right there, second. Doesn't get beat much. She's a big, powerful mare, and she gives her all every week. MM's Dream is interesting to me tonight with the shoes off, because I know in the past she's raced a lot better when they take them off. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's right there at the wire, too.
Greg, when I look at the statistics for these horses, the one thing about the mare trot division is there isn't the same amount of races that they can go into as maybe the older pacers or even the pacing mares for that matter. It can be tough at times to find them spots to race. And I see a lot of horses that have around 10, 12 starts this year. Now we're into October. I mean, this is really should be a fresh group of horses.
Yeah, I think so. And that's maybe why this division is so competitive year in and year out. And, Chris had a tough time coming out with a definitive pick in here, and I'm the same. I mean, you just can't go wrong. You could land on any of them here. And at different points in the year, many have been able to step up and take over the division. You talk about MM's Dream, and Chris, I think you make a great point. We don't have the actual statistic, but we do know anecdotally from watching her race the last few years that when the shoes come off, she does seem to step up her game. So I think that's something to note here. And Mark, the Crown's not only a showcase for the horses, it's a showcase for the drivers, the trainers as well. And you've got Dave Miller in here with Alista Hanover. He's number 2 all-time in the Breeders' Crown Series for purse winning. So, he's going to want to add a few more dollars there and try and solidify that number 2 spot.
And we just saw on that statistics board that Dexter Dunn has won the most Breeders' Crown Mare Trot events. He's won it 4 times. He hasn't even been racing in North America full-time for a decade, so maybe you got to take a peek at the 5 Date Night Hanover, who Dunn will be sitting behind for Marcus Melander. This one's coming in off a win, has won 2 of her last 3. A good group of 4-year-olds. She's one of them here, and right now at 7-2. You talk about competitive races. This is certainly one of them. What about Dexter Dunn, from your view, Chris, makes him so talented?
Oh, he's always in the right spot. He just seems to be able to put the horses in the right positions without exerting them too much. And at the head of the stretch, he's usually in the right place. He's very patient, and look at him. He's right out here now. He's adjusting something on the horse there, but he's a great horseman, and I've been lucky enough to have some conversations with him. He's and a really nice guy. So yeah, we wish him all the luck tonight. That's for sure.
Yeah, you have to think someone like that who is just kind of so meticulous, wants everything perfect. Yeah. There's a reason why, because he has so much success, because he pays attention to the little things. There you got to look at Jason Bartlett on your screen, who drives the 9 Bravo Angel. Going to try and spark a big upset here, but he got his first Breeders' Crown win last night, Greg, and that was a bit of a theme, some first-timers.
It was, and congratulations to Jason. And, sometimes they can parlay that into a big weekend overall. It shouldn't come as a big shock, because Jason is the leading money-winning driver in North America this year. He has been a top reinsman for a number of years. Just, we're seeing more of him in these big Grand Circuit moments, and his name is dotted up and down the lineup this weekend. So he'll be up against it here. He'll have to work a bit of magic from an outside post, but does get the benefit of one scratch to his inside. So now a shortened field of 8. You never know.
One last trainer I want to touch on here, Chris, is that of Luke Blais, sending out Drawn Impression and Emoji Hanover. When you see these horses qualifying, going into these finals, they don't usually go with some flashy efforts, do they? Luke's kind of got a plan, doesn't he?
Yeah, he likes to keep them fresh. They don't go any blistering speed miles in the qualifiers. They keep them fresh for the races, and it's worked really well for them in the past.
Well, we have some breaking news here as the horses are heading to the starting gate. Coming up in race number 3, this is a major scratch, a late scratch of Twinbee Joe Fresh is out of the Breeders' Crown. More on that in just a little bit. But it's time for the first of our 8 championship races on this Saturday night from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Night 2 of the 2025 Breeders' Crown. And the man that will call all the action up in the announcer's booth is Chad Rosema.
Mare Trotters for race number 2. It's the Grade 1 Breeders' Crown Final. And here they come. And there they go. They're off. And we're underway on night 2 of the Breeders' Crown. And leaving out of there quickly, Nelson Bright Eagle, and now going forward is going to be MM's Dream, along with Date Night Hanover. That's your first 3. Swanstead crossing over for a seat along the pylons, 4th with Warwi Michelle. Alyssa Hanover parks outside of that one in 5th, and she'll drive on now for Miller. Then it's Drawn Impression, followed by the stablemate Emoji Hanover. Bravo Angel is the early trailer. Into the backstretch they head now after the opening turn and quarter reached in 26-2. It's done in Date Night Hanover leading it, but the parked out Alyssa Hanover continues to work her way to the lead. In 3rd, in behind the current leader is MM's Dream. Nelson Bright Eagle trots 4th in front of Warwi Michelle 5th. And then it's Drawn Impression, Emoji Hanover, and Bravo Angel. They're coming towards the half, and Alyssa Hanover has finally made her way to the lead. She parked, though, nearly the first half, and she shows the way to a midway point in 54-3. It's Alyssa Hanover heading into this turn with a length advantage on Date Night Hanover. MM's Dream tracking in 3rd and perhaps beginning to angle here for Gingras. Nelson Bright Eagle awaiting that move. Then Warwi Michelle trots 5th in front of Drawn Impression. Emoji Hanover is going to scoot to the inside, and Bravo Angel follows her. Out of the 2-hole is Date Night Hanover to test leader Alyssa Hanover as they head to 3/4 in 1:22-3. And as they come off of this last turn for the stretch, off stride went Date Night Hanover. She made a break. So on the lead now by 3 is Alyssa Hanover. In pursuit 2nd is MM's Dream. Tipping wide of that one, Nelson Bright Eagle. Up the inside, Emoji Hanover. Warwi Michelle set down in the center of the track by Svanstead. Miller calling on Alyssa Hanover for all she's got. Warwi Michelle is closing fast. Warwi Michelle on the outside. Alyssa Hanover inside. Hit the line together in a Breeders' Crown thriller. A 1:50-2 stakes record, equaling the track record. 1:50-2, the fastest mile ever trotted in Breeders' Crown history. Who is it going to go to? Warwi Michelle or Alyssa Hanover? We've got a win photo.
Drama to kick things off here on night 2 of the Breeders' Crown. A photo finish between Alyssa Hanover, who was trying to hold off the number 6 Warwi Michelle.
What a way to kick off
go
this
to the
Breeders' Crown
photo
action, Randy.
to determine the winner here. And guys, Alyssa Hanover, the connections were just to our right. I know they were just begging for the wire, but did they get there first? Oh, it's tight. Warwi Michelle on the outside. Generally, you kind of give an advantage to the inside here watching live, but I think that's outside.
Looks like it.
I think so too, and Åke Svanstedt, he's got the gift in this particular division, and he won it last year with Call Me Goo. Misfortune that would be scratched, but it appears that he may have gotten there with Warrawee Michelle, and that's one you liked, Chris, coming in and thought could get the job done.
Yeah, she's such a nice big mare. She shows up, like I said, every week. If she got there, yeah, it's another feather in her cap for sure.
Well, we're just awaiting what the results will be. The judges are going to be put on the spot here to look at that photo finish. Awfully tight, and in the photo, it does go to the 6. Yep. Warrawee Michelle got there just in time to nail number 7, Alista Hanover. Take nothing away from Alista Hanover as they hit the wire together in 1:50-2, the fastest Breeders' Crown trot race ever. Post-race reaction when we return here on Primetime Racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdik's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack at East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! McLovell has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
Awaits him in less than 1/8 of a mile. Royal Ballad has gone a big mile and is second. Earl, Royal Ballad, Fax Machine out in the middle is Giant Force. Earl and Royal Ballad. Earl wins the Cadillac Breeders' Crown in 1:56 flat. Royal Ballad was second and Giant Force was third.
Here alongside Oka Svanstedt as Warrawee Michelle goes the fastest trotting mile ever in Breeders' Crown history, 1:50-2. Oka, take us through that trip tonight.
Yeah, it was far back, but and then far back in the last turn, but she come home really not good and it was so tight so I couldn't see and horses between. But I'm happy that we won.
You were there wasn't much movement early on in that mile, and everybody was just kind of waiting for each other to go. At the head of the lane, Alista Hanover opened up. Did you think you were going to get there as the wire approached?
I was too many lengths in the last turn, so I think maybe I made a shake, but she come home very fast.
This mare has given you a lot of big-time moments as well, a Breeders' Crown victory here tonight. Just talk about how special she's been for you.
Yeah, she's a good horse, and the good horses are special.
Congrats, Oka.
Thank you.
And returning to the Winback Farms winner's circle after capturing
Breeders' Crown with Warrawee Michelle, and he said it, thought maybe he was just too far back, and as it turned out, if he had been just a step further back, he wasn't getting there, but he's able to nail Alista Hanover at the line to win. 360, 240, 220 the return on the 6, Warrawee Michelle. 6'7", 2'3", your top 4. Nelson Bright Eagle. So Svanstedt finishes first and third in this race. And then speaking of Luke Blais, who we know is going to figure in prominently as the night rolls on, they get a 4th. with Emoji Hanover. So our first Breeders' Crown race is complete. And we knew going into that race a little while ago that we weren't going to see a repeat champion as Call Me Goo was scratched. But guys, Twin B Joe Fresh was looking to double up, and unfortunately she has been scratched. She warmed up. The vet took a look and just said tonight's not going to be the night. That's got to be just a kick in the gut, Chris. Have you ever been in a situation like that with a horse that was a clear favorite in a big race?
Luckily, no. I've never had that happen, and I'm grateful for it. I can tell you that it must be really devastating for the connections.
And it's a big blow to the star power, obviously, on the card tonight, Greg, but all of a sudden now those chances of winning just increased for several others, including Sylvia Hanover, who's got one of the most incredible resumes of all time. She's had to kind of live in the shadow of Twin B Joe Fresh over the last 2 years. She's had her share of victories, but now she doesn't have to deal with her.
Yeah, you would have to think that logically she'll step up into the role of favorite in here, and the bad fortune of the connections of one can be the good fortune of others. So yeah, it's certainly going to increase the optimism for the other 6 of the field here. And with that late scratch, kind of reminiscent of an old Breeders' Crown in the past. I think it was Robust Hanover, Chris, if you recall. It was scratched out of Post Parade and would have been the heavy favorite that year. Not quite the same situation here, but a late scratch, shocking, sent shockwaves through the paddock, of course, here when we heard it. And you hate to see one of the superstars not in action, because her and Sylvia's always must-see TV when they go head-to-head.
And the question I got for you here, Chris, is we saw Dexter Dunn coming first up there in that first Breeders' Crown race with Date Night Hanover, and she made a break coming off the final turn. Now the horse that was the horse of the year a season ago, he owns a piece of his scratch. Is there ever a case of a rough start kind of carrying through the night? I don't think that'd be the case with Dexter because of how talented he is, but does it kind of get into your mind a bit when things don't start off well?
Well, you try to be as professional as you can, and you've just got to turn the page. That's what John Campbell always used to say, and I always remembered even when I started out, you have to turn the page. When that race is done, it's done, and you have to move on, and you have to, persevere and do your best in the next one and just keep your head clear, and I think that's what Dexter will do. He's a true professional.
Well, he certainly is that, and after winning 6 Breeders' Crowns last year, he's trying to still get on the board here in 2025. He's already won over 20 Breeders' Crown races in a short period of time since 2019, and I think a lot of people would say he's on the trajectory to challenge John Campbell's record for most Breeders' Crown wins. I think it's 48 that a lot of people would call him the greatest of all time, John Campbell had, and now in his role leading the Breeders' Crown. Yeah. He told me the other day, he said, I'm going to keep watching. Good luck to Dexter, but I think I'm going to hold on to that for a little bit. So we're going to step aside here. When we come back, we'll take a peek at the horses in the Breeders' Crown Mare Pace. Again, if you're just joining us, Twin B Joe Fresh, a late scratch. That Mare Pace is coming up next here on Primetime Racing.
Back along the inside is Windy Lane Hanover. It's the electrifying Peaceful Way. Peaceful Way is going to get her two. She's got two through the stretch, and she has won the 2005 Breeders' Crown, Canada's Little Peaceful Way, in 153-1 over Mystical Sunshine and House That Ruth Built.
One of the all-time greats here in Canadian harness racing, Peaceful Way, winning the Breeders' Crown. We just saw the Breeders' Crown Mare Trot. Now we turn our focus to the Mare Pace. And on a night like tonight, when you're in the winner's circle, you'll be all smiles. But there can only be one winner. For those that don't win, it's back to the barn, back to the drawing board, and continuing to work with these horses day in and day out. And the folks that lead the charge in terms of that are the unsung heroes of the game, Greg. The grooms.
The caretakers, they are the backbone of the industry. There's no question about that. And yeah, that's the story that we don't see from day to day. And these horses come here, they're primed and they've got them ready to go. And all that work behind the scenes is what it takes to produce champions.
It certainly is. Let's take a closer look at those unsung heroes, the caretakers in harness racing.
Long before the crowds arrive and the gates spring open, the workday has begun. In barns across Ontario, harness racing's unsung heroes are hard at work. They're the first to arrive and the last to leave. This is the life of a groom. Grooms are the backbone of the racing business. They care for the horses daily, brushing, feeding, training, traveling, building the trust that makes performance possible. Each horse has a dedicated groom who knows them inside and out, ensuring that they're healthy, calm, and ready to race.
I think growing up in the industry, it was always an interest of mine, and I rode horses for 13 years too, so working with and around horses has always been something that I've been interested in. And when I finished university, I knew that this was my passion.
Just the thought of working with an animal, different challenges every day, and get here about 20 after 5 in the morning and feed them, and then work as a team, kick them all outside, get their stalls done, and start driving.
While they're out jogging, we'll do their stalls. They'll come in, we'll give them a bath, and then once they're dry, we'll put them all away, we'll brush them, and yeah, set out feeds, give them lunch, and then we can go home.
Treat every horse differently. Like Bingo, she's not a big attention fan, so you just let her do her thing, and that's what she enjoys. Then there's a couple that, they like to, be petted and give a little more attention to every day, and every horse is different.
I think most grooms put some pressure on themselves when their horses are racing. I have found, like with the stakes races, those always make me really nervous. You want your horses to do well, so you do put some pressure on yourself.
I try to keep it light. I don't try to get too worked up. I find it easier on myself, so everybody's different, but try not to get too worked up.
Being a groom isn't just a job, it's definitely a lifestyle. Once you're committed to this industry, it's definitely hard to get out of it, but you need to love it because it's not for the faint of heart.
The passion of it. Do it for the passion. There's no other industry that you can do what you do on this one.
They may not hold the reins or collect the trophies, but without grooms, there's no race. Ontario's harness racing industry rides on their shoulders every single day.
length and a half. From between horses, Tammy's Lady bursting on the scene as she's a great lady in Campbell. A 16th to go, and it's She's a Great Lady, and John Campbell in complete command of this one, and it's She's a Great Lady, winning the Cadillac Breeders' Crown in 150-4.
Love those trips down memory lane, and tonight we will make a few more memories. We already have with Warwie Michelle winning the Breeders' Crown Mare Trot. Now for the Breeders' Crown Mare Pace. And with Twin B Joe Fresh scratch, the heavy favorite currently is the number 5 Sylvia Hanover, her arch rival. She's 2-5 on the betting board. As we take a look at the history of this Breeders' Crown event, the stakes record certainly is in jeopardy with what we've already seen here tonight. No surprise, John Campbell leads the way. And Twin B Joe Fresh, the last champion of this division to be named Horse of the Year. Despite being scratched, Chris, I think we can probably agree she's going to get another year-end award likely at the Dam Patch.
Yeah, I think so, and she's earned it too. There's no doubt about it. She's been the best mare all year, and I think maybe Sylvia beat her once or twice, but that's it. So yeah, you have to give it to her.
Well, all of a sudden, the door is wide open now for 6 pacing mares to step through to become a Breeders' Crown champion, or in the case of Sylvia Hanover, a 3-time champion. Let's meet the field. Number 2, Kobe's GG, Yannick Gingras driving for Ron Burke, was second last time out in an Indiana Sire Stake event at Hoosier Park. 7-year-old mare has made over $1 million, 1 win on the season.
And in addition to Sylvia Hanover, my girl EJ looks for a 3rd consecutive Breeders' Crown title. She was a winner at 2, 3, now trying to do it at age 4 and go over $2 million in career earnings in the process. Andrew Harris trains, Todd McCarthy in the bike.
Would now be quite the time to get that first win of the season for my girl EJ. There's number 4, Tells on a Roll, a familiar face to the preferred ranks here at Woodbine Mohawk Park for Team Cullen.
The Canadian champion, Sylvia Hanover, career winner of $2.8 million plus, and she'll look for a 3rd Breeders' Crown title tonight. Tim Tetrick sits 6th overall in Breeders' Crown earnings for drivers with over $12 million, and he'll be on board again tonight.
Another one for trainer Andrew Harris, number 6, a Sweet Beach here. Jody Jameson drives. She was a winner last time out in an overnight event right here at Mohawk.
And a big opportunity, perhaps, for Always Be Naughty here as well. Austin Hanner's big opportunity for him in the driver's seat here in this field of what is now 6 in the $548,000 Breeders' Crown final.
So there you go. It's going to be a 6-pack for the Breeders' Crown Mare Pace. And we had an opportunity just a few moments ago to catch up with Yannick Gingras as we send things over to Jamie.
Yannick Gingras joins us now, and of course, let's talk about what just happened. Twin B Joe Fresh scratched from the rail. You had post 2, now you move in. It's a 6-horse field. It changes everything.
No doubt. She was heads and shoulder above the rest. It's unfortunate for them, obviously. You got to feel for the connection, but like you said, it reopens this race wide open. Obviously, now Sylvia will be the big favorite, but Twin B Joe Fresh is definitely a big difference.
And, of course, you're on Kobe's GG. Tell us about your mare. She raced well last start on October 10th. Really came home great.
Yeah, she's been racing good. She's just quite a few bad trips or locked in on the rail a little too long or used hard early. And she really had that few excuses. Hopefully tonight there's no excuses, with the rail now. Try to get away up close, not to use her too hard. And hopefully she's got some in the stretch.
And of course, you know the winner's circle here well, and of course the Breeders' Crown. What is it like to end off the season as a driver with a horse in the winner's circle of the Breeders' Crown?
Oh, it's great. It says all come down to the Breeders' Crown, but it's special for sure. It's special nights, a couple great nights of racing. The best of the best are here: driver, horses, trainer, owners. So it's caretakers. So it's just a privilege to be here, and it's even better if you get to the winner's circle once or twice.
Well, good luck. Thanks for joining us here, and we're excited to watch these open mares.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jamie, and thanks to Yannick Gingras, as he's got an opportunity now to try and come through with 6-1 shot number 2, Kobe's GG. She's had some big wins in this open mares ranks over the course of her career now at the age of 7. Let's talk about some of the contenders. We'll start with number 3, My Girl EJ for Andrew Harris. And Chris, it can be a tough jump for horses to go from 3 to 4 and have to go into those open ranks. And the thing about My Girl EJ, she's winless on the season, but that's because she has to go up against Twin B Joe Fresh and Sylvia Hanover. I don't think you can take anything away from her. And if anything, she is certainly a live horse despite being winless.
She's almost got $2 million made lifetime Primetime. And like you said, without a win in her 4-year-old year, she's been racing against the best, as you said. And I'll tell you, it wouldn't surprise me if she stuck her head out in front tonight and did get the job done. So, good luck to them, and hopefully they have a good race.
She'll need a bounce back after what was a pretty eventful Mares Open last week. You talk about trying to get a prep into some of these horses, and in the case of Sylvia Hanover, she got roughed up last week in that Mares Open. Probably wasn't exactly how the Connections had that race in mind.
No, absolutely not. And, it all went bad right from the start. She kind of got parked all the way past the half until she cleared. And then as soon as she cleared, I forget what horse, but somebody came at her really quick and just kind of blew by her because she's not really aggressive, that filly. She'll just a bit lazy, and she'll just kind of lope her way around there. But she does come back sometimes off a tough trip and race really well. So I think that's probably why she's the favorite now.
Would you agree with all this support going behind Sylvia Hanover, Greg?
I understand it, but when she has her A game, let's be upfront about this. If she's got her best stuff tonight, they can't beat her. There's no question in my mind. But that isn't always the case. And the last 2 times she's raced in the Mares Open here, once she got beat, and the other time, she just narrowly won. So, frankly, of the 6 in the field, I wouldn't be shocked if any one of them won it.
Number 7.
And I'm saying that truthfully. It wouldn't, Tells on a rolls 20-1 morning line with the right kind of a trip, a little bit of luck. I wouldn't be shocked.
I was going to say number 7, Always Be Naughty, came in last week here to Mohawk for a prep. In the Mares Open, she was a 39-1 upset winner. Austin Hanners is a driver based in Ohio, and he's been getting big-time opportunities from Todd and Greg Luther to drive these Grand Circuit horses. He's coming here for his Breeders' Crown opportunity and made the most of a visit to Mohawk last week, winning that Mares Open. And I think this is a driver that's kind of got no fear and probably knows he's got a good chance here.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, and he drove very aggressive last week, and it paid off. This mare's coming into this race pretty sharp. She had the 8-hole the week before and just sat at the back the whole mile, didn't really get hurt at all, and then last week she really opened up her lungs and stretched herself out. So she's going into this race as good as anything that I can see in here. And like Greg said, Sylvia, does the real Sylvia show up? That's the question. And if she does, I don't think they can beat her. I agree, Greg.
That's what I'm thinking here, is that if Sylvia Hanover is back to 100%, I think we're all in agreement, but we just don't know. And you have no idea what effects that last week's race might have had on her.
And I was going to say, Mark, the older pacing mare division for probably the last 2 decades, pound for pound, year in, year out, I think's been the best. And I'm going back to now Eternal Chem Nation and Bunny Lake and Burning Point and great mares like that, and then all the way up to today. I mean, every year. It's unfortunate this year with Twinbee, the late scratch, and a short field of 6, but nonetheless, I think we'll see something special here, whether it's from Sylvia or whether it's one of the other ones jumping up.
Speaking of those pacing mares, Chris, you've sat behind some pretty talented mares over the years. Is there one that stands out?
Oh, geez. You know what? It's not so much she was the best mare, but my father had a real nice mare named Eftemia, and she was just a really nice race mare, and it was a homebred, and we had a lot of luck with her. Earl of My Dreams really comes to mind. She was a trotting mare, obviously, but she was a really good mare and a millionaire. So, yeah, I've had my share of nice fillies to be around, and there's nothing better than driving a really nice filly.
And you drove Peaceful Way a little bit too,
yeah,
right?
Peaceful Way, her 2- and 3-year-old year, yeah. She was almost like a freak of nature. She was very small, but had explosive speed and big lungs.
Well, let's see who is going to be able to step up here now with an opportunity available to become a Breeders' Crown champion for a few of them once again. Now a field of 6 with Twinbee Joe Fresh scratched out of the Breeders' Crown mare pace. The door wide open. Chad Rosema standing by with the call.
Watching those battles between she and Sylvia Hanover. But now the other 6 are going to battle. And they'll put on a show, I'm sure. Sylvia Hanover, though, the clear favorite at 3-5 on Always Be Naughty and Kobe's GG. Mare Pacers are at the top of the stretch, lined up. It's post time. Here they come. And a good-looking start. Away they go. They're off in their Breeders' Crown final, and Hanners and Always Be Naughty trying to sprint ahead of everybody from the outside. Jingra with speed to the inside with Kobe's Gigi. In behind that pair is My Girl EJ. Sylvia Hanover looking to tuck early fourth. In front of Tells on a roll. And early trailer is Sweet Beach here. Everybody's got a seat on the pylons, lining them up early. Always Be Naughty. 8-5 second choice is on top in front of Kobe's Gigi, the pocket sitter. My Girl EJ tracking third after a 26-2 opening quarter. Heavy favorite Sylvia Hanover off the early speed from fourth right now in front of Tells on a roll and trailer a Sweet Beach here. Still single file as they go by 3/8, and it's Always Be Naughty controlling the pace. Kobe's Gigi on the helmet second. My Girl EJ third. Sylvia Hanover still fourth in front of Tells on a roll and a Sweet Beach here. Just about halfway done now, and Always Be Naughty still there. 54-3 to the half is Always Be Naughty. She heads him into this turn with Kobe's Gigi. Still interested in second in front of My Girl EJ. Sylvia Hanover taking a look to the outside, and that appears to be getting McCarthy on the move out of the 3-hole. Scooting up the inside is Tells on a roll, and then a Sweet Beach here. Always Be Naughty, the leader. Heading to the final turn, Kobe's Gigi in second. My Girl EJ stayed in. Sylvia Hanover first up out of fourth. 122 to 3/4. And it's Always Be Naughty, and Hanner starts to go to work. He's trying to get the jump, and he opens up 3 now on Kobe's Gigi. And My Girl EJ and Sylvia Hanover's in fourth and has to find more. Always Be Naughty on top 4 right now with a 16th of a mile to go. And it's Always Be Naughty. A great drive here by Hanners. And Always Be Naughty will score a Breeders' Crown victory over Kobe's Gigi and Tells it a roll in 1:48-1. That is a new stakes record.
Stakes records continue to fall, and for Always Be Naughty and Austin Hanners, they become a Breeders' Crown champion, and they do it on the front end. Nobody touching them, and kind of getting away with what, on paper, those don't look like you're stealing away with easy fractions, but at this level, it pretty much was, and she just turns it on in that final quarter sprint to open up for the blowout win. And Chris, you said it to me when she was alone on the lead here that this one was over.
Yeah, I think it's the difference between, like, the fractions are good, but there's nobody pressuring her. You know, if the fractions are the same and someone's right at her bridle pushing her, it's a different thing. But yeah, the thing with this race is that nobody really wanted to come first over, and I don't blame Tim for not coming first over early with Sylvia, because she had a rough race last week, and he was trying to probably save as much as he could for the end. But this mare was the best tonight, and that's all there is to it.
And Greg, another first-time Breeders' Crown winner, Austin Hanners.
That is the storyline of the weekend. So let's watch that the rest of the way. But full marks, Always Be Naughty. We're going to have to look it up, Mark, but I'd like to see the career stats on her at this venue because, as I recall, she's had a tremendous record and loves this Woodbine Mohawk Park Oval.
Well, Austin Hanners celebrating the victory, coming to the wire. No one was touching Always Be Naughty in the Breeders' Crown.
Of course, you showed up to Mohawk last week. You picked up your first drive, your first win with this mare. You've been a regular pilot throughout the season. She went in a little bit of a lull, but now to be heading to the Breeders' Crown Winner's Circle, just talk about her throughout this season.
You know, she's been awesome all year. You know, going into the night, we thought we were racing for second. You know, the unfortunate scratch, the other one, I thought, man, she's coming into it as sharp as ever. So I thought she had a big shot.
Obviously, with that big scratch to the inside with Twin Bee Joe Fresh, it changed the complexion of the race a bit. But you wanted to take things into your own hand from post 6 with that scratch to your inside. How did she feel going up a backside into that far turn?
She was awesome. Like, she was right up in the bit, right where I wanted her. And I know when she gets the lead, she's tough.
And coming for home, obviously you knew Sylvia Hanover was somewhere behind you, as well as a handful of other nice mares. What were your thoughts nearing the wire?
They weren't close to me when I kicked the plugs. I said, I got to get as far away as I can.
You're a young Ohio boy. You're on the biggest stage there is. What does this win mean to you?
This was awesome. I can tell you that.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thanks, guys.
There you have it. Austin Hanners picks up his second drive in the Breeders' Crown Final. He gets a win with Always Be Naughty for trainer Todd Luther. Back to you guys.
Thanks to Jessica Otten catching up with Austin Hanners. Just thrilled. He's on cloud 9, winning the Breeders' Crown with Always Be Naughty. 5:30 to win. Place and show wagering was removed with the likely heavy favorite of Twin Bee Joe Fresh. Obviously scratched, and it opened the door, and Always Be Naughty cashes in. And Greg, we looked up those numbers. This mare loves it here in Campbellville, and I think the connections will want to keep that in mind looking ahead to 2026 if they continue to race her.
She's 3 for 5 in her career here, including Roses Are Red, elimination win, and then a good third in the final of that. Now a Breeders' Crown champion. So you're right. Talk about maybe a horse for course. I'd put her name in that hat.
Todd Luther trains, Greg Luther the owner, and the Luthers have been putting a lot of money into the game, Chris, and getting rewarded here tonight with the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, and, well-deserved. And when people put that kind of money in, you want to see them do some good, and hopefully they're going to invest more money into the business. Great win for this young driver. It's got to put him over the moon. He's not very old, doesn't have much experience in these big races, but to get this one, it must be just great for him.
He looks emotional there as he's walking over to take this photo, and comes from a racing family. His brother is Luke Hanners, who we've seen driving some big races as well, and bright careers ahead for both of them. So they'll get their Breeders' Crown moment to smile, pose with the trophy. And those trophies aren't light, Chris, so he's probably going to realize that pretty quickly here.
Yeah, very heavy.
I bet you they don't feel too heavy to him now.
When you first lift them up, that's for sure.
Chris, I was going to ask you, I mean, we watched you win with Earl earlier in our memory lane flashback, and you can probably put yourself in this position, right? That was a family win. You were a young guy at the time. It had to be a huge moment for you.
It was. I was almost lucky that I was that young because I didn't feel the pressure that I probably should have, But he was such a good horse, and I think anybody could have drove him that night. He was going to win, but I was just lucky to be the guy sitting behind him.
26 years old, Austin Hanners, celebrating a Breeders' Crown win with Always Be Naughty. So our mare events are out of the way. The mare trot, the mare pace, both of them stakes record miles. And now we go over to the 3-year-old trotting fillies, where we got to keep our eye on these stake records all evening long, the way things are going so far. It'll be a field of 10 for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot, the purse over $910,000 Canadian. When we talk about some of the more competitive events tonight where you don't have that overwhelming favorite, Yo Tilly's having an incredible season. She'll probably be favorite when things go. But that being said, Delaney Hanover showed a lot in the Elims last week.
Absolutely, and I think with so many horses in here that have a good chance, I think they're going to mix it up in here a little bit. So there should be some action, hopefully mid-race, to give us a good finish. I love Yo Tilly. She's been the filly, to me, this year that's stood out. Delaney Hanover, though, last week, like you were saying, what a great effort in her Elims. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
It was a track record effort from Delaney Hanover last week, and Jamie had a chance to catch up with driver Scott Zeron, who will sit behind the Lucas Wallen trainee.
Scott Zeron joins us now driving the 2 Delaney Hanover. Let's rewind. First qualifier, you sat behind her. Now, as a 3-year-old, she's coming into the Breeders' Crown Final as an Elim winner. Tell us about her.
She's honestly a pleasure to sit behind. She lacks a little bit of gate speed, but she makes it up for how much she loves to close and pass other horses. I drove her as a 2-year-old intermittently, and she was just a big, overly grown horse, and it took her a little while to find her speed. This year, she's just at a confidence level like she's never been to, so hopefully we can use that tonight.
And stakes after stakes is, what the her lines read. How do you keep her competitive without over racing her?
Yeah, like I said, she makes it that way. I can't really leave quick out of there, so she puts herself in a position where we have to close. I've been very fortunate to have some good trips with some nice flow, and she's just come home in 26 seconds every time I've asked her to. So, she does the job. I just hang on to her.
Now, as a driver, what's the difference between being emotional on the track, so being excited, a little bit nervous, and so having your emotions and being too emotional, like, getting worked up and really trying to keep your head in it?
Yeah, well, sometimes it's impatience, right? You're watching, especially with her sitting out 4, 5, 6 lengths, turning for home. You feel like the race is out of reach. But at that point, you really just have to recalibrate, not try to make something happen that can't happen. And maybe that's what I do well is I try not to force the issue. We certainly won't try to tonight. But if she's in the hunt turning for home, we'll be good.
And of course, the other a limb winner is the 4 Yo Tilly, another phenomenal filly. These two, how do you think they stack up against each other as winners coming into tonight?
Oh, very good. I'm the only one to have beaten Yo Tilly this year, so we've done it before. We can do it again. It might not be in the same fashion. Last time I was in a 2-hole trip. There's no way I could get to that position tonight, so I'm assuming Yo Tilly will be forward positioned when I'm going to be looking for some flow.
And when they're a little slow to start, is that closer post position better for them?
Yeah, for sure, because now I don't have to press getting out of there. I could just hold. And the rail horse is Dash 'em Cash, which is a really nice filly who won a big 3/4 last week, and I just beat on the line. So, hopefully we are getting away 4th or 5th behind a nice horse that'll be first up.
So if you're a little bit further back, or mid-pack, don't be worried.
No, I will do my best to not be worried. She won't be worried, and we'll just take it as we get it.
Well, thanks for joining us here. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from Scott Zeron. He mentioned it. Delaney Hanover lacks a little bit of gate speed, Greg, so she can close like a freight train as we've seen. We'll see how things shape up, but if anyone's going to map out that winning trip, it'll be the money man.
He is as cool as a cucumber, and that's why he has that moniker. So, expect him to have her in good position tonight from post 2.
The Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot is our next event on night 2 of the Breeders' Crown. Primetime racing continues in just a moment.
That'll be me on the outside. In along the rail. Brilliant off the wood is historic. They're at the top of Heartbreak, winning a drive for the wire. Pacific Rocket. Jack Evo fighting to hold that lead. Roaring on the outside. Looking for the upset. That'll be me. Pacific Rocket flying on the outside. That'll be me.
A well-respected horseman for many years around these parts, Roger Mayotte, celebrating a Breeders' Crown win there.
I remember that when I was a little bit younger when that happened, Mark, but, that was one of the horses I was cheering on that night. That'll be me. He had been hinting going into the Breeders' Crown that he was a horse on the rise and might be able to pull the upset, and he played giant killer that night.
You know, the one thing about the group here at Woodbine Mohawk Park over the years is, despite the Breeders' Crown not always being at the home track, they found their way to the winner's circle. We've got a Breeders' Crown winner multiple times, and Chris Christopher with us tonight. Paul McDonnell, Mario Bayarjon,
Trevor Ritchie,
Roger Mayotte. They have got to the top level and enjoyed Breeders' Crown success.
Absolutely, and we were talking last night, reminiscing about Sandpail and his great Breeders' Crown victory. It was one for the local connections, and that's part of what's made the Crown Series so fun over the years. Kind of that Canada-U.S. rivalry. Europeans have done well as well over the course of the Crown history since 1984. So it just adds that whole element to it that gets people cheering for one side or the other.
Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot coming up next. 151-1 is that stakes record, so keep your eye on that. The track record was set last week by Delaney Hanover, winning her elimination in 151 flat. We take a look back at those elims from a week ago, and Scott Zeron talked about Delaney Hanover lacking a bit of gate speed, and you'll see just kind of lets her do her thing off the wing. She's going to get away in sixth, and she uncorks a wicked final quarter, but overall a wicked back half. 54-1 here, Greg, and she was just eating up racetrack on the end of this mile.
That is what's so impressive about this filly. It's that late kick as we pick it up turning for home. I mean, look how far back she is, the ground that she has to make up. It's remarkable. You don't see a trotter do this very often. And this is coming, in the last eighth of a mile or so, and she goes by some very good ones with that vicious 27-1 final quarter kick, and that closing speed's really been her bread and butter.
Stash Some Cash finished second. Wall Speed was third. Second, a limb. And Yo Tilly has been nearly perfect this season. Just one loss. It came back on September 27th in the Bluegrass at the hands of Delaney Hanover. But it was a quick rebound here for Yo Tilly.
She is a serious filly, and we'll pick it up here, and a little bit of traffic trouble to try and negotiate early on, but a cool Todd McCarthy lets things settle here. Ultra confident in the filly, and once she floats her way up to command, it's lights out from there. Yo Tilly, so versatile. She can do it any which way. So many weapons at her disposal. This is going to be a big matchup tonight.
She is 10 for 11 on the season. She wasn't staked to all the big events. In fact, these connections purchased her away from the prior trainer, owner, Verlin Yoder, who has had a lot of great horses over the years, develops those trotters beautifully. So it's the connections of Pollock, Armin, and Harris that buy Yo Tilly, and then they just have to kind of deal with the staking engagements that they had available. Lucky for them, the Breeders' Crown is one of them. They didn't have to worry about supplementing. Speaking of supplementing, Stormont Beautiful, the number 8, her connections put up $75,000 US to make her eligible to this event. That's not just pocket change. That's a big-time investment and shows their belief in their filly.
And she justified it. A really good second-place effort. She has been getting better and better as the season wears on, and she's not out of place here at all. Tricky post to work with here, but she's got that tremendous closing speed too, Mark. And when you get two heavy favorites here who are likely destined to hook up somewhere before that final quarter, then others will try and benefit. It's trying to map out the right kind of a trip to capitalize if that happens. And Stormont Beautiful, a candidate to pick up the pieces late if there's any kind of a speed duel up front.
We call Scott Zeron the money man for how he is able to shine in big moments, and I think Bob McClure's got himself in that kind of conversation as he's won a lot of big races over the last several years. Another one last night with Bojangles, but similarly, if there's somebody that could maybe find a way to spring an upset, it could be Bob McClure. Right now 16-1 on the betting board for number 8 Stormont Beautiful, as the horses are getting their final preparations and they'll be stepping out of the paddock in just a moment. This is, I think, on paper one of the more competitive events. Yes, it looks like there's a 2-horse breakaway here in terms of Delaney Hanover and Yo Tilly, but I'm not writing out any of these other fillies, including number 6 Our Duchess, who 3 starts ago, the Connections thought they won the Elegant Image. They were disqualified after a lengthy inquiry review of racing action in the first turn. So she's certainly capable of getting the job done. The number 3 Lasting Dream got vaulted up to that win on that evening in the Elegant Image. There's another one you don't want to write off. I think there's plenty of contenders in here.
2 serious fillies. Our Duchess, you're right. That is a blemish on what's been an excellent season, and she'll look to rebound here and erase that memory. Monolishi, of course, the Canadian champion, a hard-hitting type that on her best day could compete here. Even Walsby, the number 7. I like this filly. Good third in the elimination. 6-time winner this year. Tron Smedshammer, the trainer. We don't see as many horses from Smedshammer's barn in Grand Circuit events in recent years, but he is still squarely in the top 10 among all-time Breeders' Crown trainers. He sits 8th in career earnings with more than $4.5 million banked throughout the course of the series.
Yeah, you think of horses like Winsong's Legacy, House That Ruth Built. Those are a couple that come to mind. Arch Madness, of course, who one of the most decorated trotters of all time, all from that Smedshammer barn. Just heard the bugle. That's the call to the post for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Stash Some Cash, a runner-up last week to Delaney Hanover, is owned by Moneymaker Stable, trained by Domenico Ceccheri. Dexter Dunn, wearing the colors of the Moneymaker Stable, Lindy Farms. He'll do the driving.
The 2, Delaney Hanover, who we saw winning her elimination of the Breeders' Crown 1 week ago. Scott Zeron took this division last year with Allegiant. He'll try and engineer the victory for the daughter of Muscle Hill, looking for her 6th win in 11 starts this year.
Lasting Dream, the winner, after finishing 2nd in the Elegant Image, but being placed 1st following a DQ of Our Duchess. So winner of that Grade 1 event, was 5th in her elimination. A pretty good mile overall, though. Certainly could improve off of that. Louis Waugh for Blaine Determination.
The other elimination winner, Yo Tilly, she's 10 for 11 this season coming in for trainer Andrew Harris. And young driving star Todd McCarthy in the bike from post 4.
There's Monolishi, the OSS Super Final champion for trainer Blake McIntosh. Woodbine's leading driver James McDonald, 4th in her elim last week, beat just less than 2 lengths, and she had some traffic trouble in the lane.
Our Duchess, number 6, will look to become a new harness racing millionaire with a victory tonight. The daughter of Father Patrick has post number 6 with the Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick in tow.
There's a 7 Wall Speed for Tron Smedshammer. Doug McNair takes over the driving duties as he did last week in the elim. Got her to a good 3rd place effort. They'll look to build off of that here tonight.
The supplemental entrant, Stormont Beautiful, owned by Stormont Meadows of Long Sault, Ontario. Kevin Ben trains and Bob McClure driving.
Number 9, Royal Mission's going to go barefoot. They've pulled the shoes here. Has trainer Marcus Melander, owned by Jeffrey Snyder. It's Jason Bartlett doing the driving, 3rd in her elim last week.
Trainer Noel Daly won this division back-to-back in 2010 and 2011 with Impressive Kemp and Cedar Dove. And his hopes this time pinned on number 10, Miss Belmar. Andy McCarthy in the bike.
$910,000 plus Canadian is the purse for this Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot final. We bring back in Chris Christoforou. And Chris, a lot of focus obviously on those elim winners, Delaney Hanover and Yo Tilly. But a couple of fillies representing Ontario here in Monolishi and Stormont Beautiful. You've watched these horses race. Monolishi, it's kind of been a little bit of a up and down season in terms of keeping her at 100%. But she was real good in the super final, which had to boost her Connections confidence to take the plunge and enter the Breeders' Crown.
Absolutely, and like you said, she had some road trouble last week, and she gets a clean trip in here, and she might be heard from. Stormont Beautiful, another one. I'm really impressed with this filly. She seems to be coming around at the right time of year. You're getting 19-1 on her right now, and if there's a bit of a battle up front and there's a lot of speed, look out in the lane for this filly because she might be flying.
I got to say, I love that when she was stepping out of the paddock, she's got a cheering section on the apron. They gave a good roar cheering it on. And, hey, it was a hefty price, $75,000 supplement to get Stormont Beautiful into this race. And I'm sure that's a tough decision for Connections, Chris, but this could be a once-in-a-lifetime moment for some of them, and that's why they take that plunge.
Yeah, and she's got, what, 300 made this year, almost 300,000 made this year. They're playing with the house's money, really. Another thing I noted, excuse me, I talked to Dexter Dunn a minute ago, just before the post braid, and I said, sorry about the filly being scratched, and he's such a professional. He said, hey Chris, what can you do? That's racing, it happens, and I wouldn't worry about his mind being in the wrong place. He's focused and ready to go.
And there's a horse in the number 1 Stash Some Cash that he sits behind that's ultra consistent here, Greg. She just doesn't get to the winner's circle an awful lot. One of those that if you're playing your exotics, she kind of stands out on paper as a must-use.
Yeah, hard to leave her out, right? And if you're playing multi-legs, the kind that you might want to throw in there, because if you get an upset in one of these legs, anything outside the 2 or the 4, you've got a shot at a big payout. I'll ask Chris, speaking about that, you've got two heavy favorites. In this scenario, when you see a race like this, you're driving one of those 2 heavy favorites. Are you focused, primarily on that other horse that you think you have to beat, or is that a little bit of a trap sometimes for a driver?
I think it can be a bit of a trap, but you definitely have to be aware where that horse is at all times. That's your main danger. In this race, there's I don't think a big jump back, between the 2 best and then the rest. I think it's a very close. They're all pretty close after that. So they got to be watching everybody, but for sure they're going to have their eye on each other leaving the gate.
I thought Lasting Dream is a horse that I was given a big opportunity to coming into this Breeders' Crown event, but she finished 5th in her limb, a pretty even mile, only got beat 3 lengths, and certainly, Luke Blake can have them just ready for that moment. Do we got to give her some respect here?
I think so, because I think coming off that qualifier, like we were saying earlier, they take it easy on them, the Determination stable horses in the qualifiers. They really don't push them much. So now she's got that start under her belt. Maybe she's going to be a little tighter this week. I think that's the plan. I think that's what they were aiming for. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if she ended up, in the top 3 at the wire.
Well, we mentioned about horses that were pulling the shoes tonight, and I noted in the post-parade the 9 Royal Mission, a big long shot in this race, is a lone horse that's going to race barefoot, as Marcus Melander using that tactic with a few of them racing here tonight. Right now, the betting board, it's a 2-horse race, it appears on paper. 6-5 on the 4 Yo Tilly, 8-5 on the 2 Delaney Hanover. Scott Zero mentioned it in his interview. Maybe a slight mental edge because they're the only horse that has beat Yo Tilly this year. I'm sure that Todd McCarthy's not worried about that, but if anyone can do it, we know it's Delaney Hanover.
She's done it before, that's for sure.
Greg, any other thoughts here on this race as we're about a little less than 2 minutes away from the starting gate calling them in? I think it's a competitive race, but for whatever reason, I just have a funny feeling that we could see one of those big Breeders' Crown upsets here.
I wouldn't be shocked. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Delaney Hanover, let's go back to those 2. Put it this way, Chris, if Scott's as far off of Yo Tilly turning for home this week as he was in the elimination, how do you like his chances then?
Oh, not so much. Not so much. I think, and especially if Yo Tilly doesn't have to work too hard on the front, he's going to have to be a lot closer if he's going to run her down.
And what about the shoeing change, the barefoot? You touched on it a little bit earlier, but what would be the primary reason for so many guys tonight pulling the shoes off?
Well, it comes down to interference. Their front left foot and their left hind foot, they don't hit as much when they don't have shoes. They don't interfere as much. It frees them up. They lighten up a little bit, and they don't interfere. Even a horse that goes to their knees a little bit won't hit as much when they don't have shoes.
Does it typically pick up their speed a little bit too?
Because I think a lot of them with the extra weight, it's tiring. So when you get all that weight off, you just even get a little more endurance, I think.
All right, well, we're just moments away from the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot. The stakes record's 151-1. Are we going to see that broke here, guys? I mean, the first 2 have gone down, so I'm in the camp it's getting broken here.
I think so.
I'm with you. Yep.
It was a track record last week, 151 flat by the 2 Delaney Hanover. 2 Delaney Hanover at 8-5. 4 Yo Tilly at even money. Or can someone else step up and get to the winner's circle? The Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly trot. Up next, here's Chad Rosema with the call.
For her 11th victory of the season, Delaney Hanover getting hot late in the year. She's in search of her 5th in a row. She's 9-5. 7-1 on 6R Duchess. She knows these parts well. It's post time for the 4th race as the trotting fillies behind the gate are at the top of the stretch. Sophomore trotting fillies, their Breeders' Crown final, are off. And away they go. They're off and trotting. And inside, Lasting Dream. Couple of doors down will be Wallspeed along with our Duchess. There's Yo Tilly. She's going to be forwardly placed now into the top 3 as McNair takes over with Wallspeed at the opening turn. Our Duchess and Tetrick pocket up. Yo Tilly trotting away in 3rd. In front of Lasting Dream, 4th. Then Delaney Hanover in 5th. Stash Some Cash gets away 6th. In front of Mona Lee, she's 7th. To the outside is Royal Mission looking for a spot. Will get it now in front of Stormont Beautiful. Miss Belmar, the early trailer, 26-4 opening quarter speed. Walsby puts it up. Our Duchess not content with the 2-hole. She's going to come around leader Walsby. Knowing McCarthy's set to put this one back into the deuce with Yo Tilly likely. Here comes Yo Tilly up on the outside after Our Duchess. So Our Duchess now follows Yo Tilly, the 6-5. Slight second choice. Walsby back in 3rd. Inside 4th is Lasting Dream. Delaney Hanover now first up out of 5th. Stash Some Cash is going to follow her second over. The half was just 56-2. 29-3. Breather there. Yo Tilly leads them heading to 5/8 on Our Duchess. Delaney Hanover a closer 3rd. Now Walsby inside 4th. Second over 5th for Stash Some Cash. A locked up 6th is Lasting Dream. 3rd over. Getting towed into contention. McDonald with Mona Lishi. And then it is Royal Mission. Miss Belmar and Stormont Beautiful. 3/4 the next stop for Yo Tilly. She's there in 1:24. And Yo Tilly out to about the 2 path in the stretch. Inside opens up for Our Duchess. Outside Delaney Hanover trying to continue her push for the lead. Lasting Dream closing along the inside for 1. Then center of the track. Mona Lishi starting to make some gains. Yo Tilly still leading a length. She's digging in. Here's Yo Tilly. Stormont Beautiful and Mona Lishi from the back. Yo Tilly and Todd McCarthy hold on for the Breeders' Crown victory as the dream season continues. It's Yo Tilly in 1:51-3.
Done. Yo Tilly in the Breeders' Crown, 151-3 for Todd McCarthy and Andrew Harris. Chad said it's been a dream season. She's now 11-12 and just goes about her business, getting it done here. Tough trip for Delaney Hanover, and as it turns out, in what we thought would be a matchup between them, Yo Tilly was the best here tonight, Greg.
That's right. And Chris, you called it perfectly. You said if Yo Tilly could get a little bit of a breather, got away with unstressed fractions, she would be awfully tough to catch. That seemed to be the difference.
Oh, absolutely. The fractions worked out her way. She slid up to the front nice and easily in the second quarter. Didn't have to use much energy to get there. Around the last turn, not much pressure from Delaney, and I think Scott had the same thing in his mind at that point. He's like, well, if I rush him on the turn, I'm not going to have anything left in the stretch. But I mean, the horse really that jumped out to me was Stormont Beautiful. What a finish by this filly. I don't know what her last quarter was, but it was tremendous.
She came from way back. Mona Lishi was coming off cover. Stormont Beautiful up for second. Mona Lishi was 3rd. But first of the line, Yo Tilly, Todd McCarthy have won the Breeders' Crown.
with a length and a half lead. Rion second, and Rion goes to the outside, over the far outside. Campbell trying to get into it with Stand Forever in deep stretch. Dennis Beach Boy and Faye trying to hold off the on-rushing challengers, and it's a world champion. Dennis Beach Boy has done it again in 1:48.4.
I do have winning driver Todd McCarthy. Yo, Tilly caps off a nice 3-year-old season here, Toddy. First and foremost, let's talk about this trip here. You know, a little bit of action there in that opening turn. You decided to be patient, and it looked like patience paid off.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of get away close with her, and she's so talented off the gate there that she's able to kind of make her own luck there. But yeah, that was just a great way to cap off the year for her. She's been so good all year, and full credit to Andrew, the job he's done managing her here. And no, that was pretty awesome, Jess.
Yeah, let's talk about the season she's had. You know, maybe a little bit earlier on, she was a bit hot. You guys, picked the spots where she raced. You've driven her phenomenally. Andrew's done a really nice job managing her, because it's not always easy to keep those 3-year-old trotting fillies on the top of their game all season long.
For sure, and she come into this year and she was so talented at 2 as well, and she just had a little bit more to mature and learn, and just the way that we've been able to race her this year and protect her a little bit, it's definitely helped pay off for the season.
It was an anticipated matchup again between Yo Tilly and Delaney Hanover. A well-rated mile put on by you on the front end. She was coming as well as a host of others. What was your confidence like down by the wire?
She was good, I mean, she probably makes me more worried than anything, because she doesn't mind it when a horse gets close to her. She kind of likes to fight him off, but I don't necessarily like that so much. It makes me a little nervous, but I just have so much faith in her, and I just keep talking to her down by the wire there, and she just keeps digging.
Nice job.
Thanks, Jess.
There you have it. Todd McCarthy takes the Breeders' Crown final for those 3-year-old trotting fillies.
And back to the win-back farm.
Yo Tilly returns $443, $250 as she prevails. Those that like Stormont Beautiful, she came from out of the clouds to finish second, pays $10.10 to place, $680 to show, and $770 to show on the 5 Mona Lisa, as a couple of the locals performed very well, finishing in the top 3. But for Todd McCarthy, kind of similarly to Dexter Dunn, one of those drivers who comes to North America, makes an immediate impact. I remember back in 2019, Todd McCarthy came here to Woodbine Mohawk Park just as a guest, just to cheer on his brother, Andy McCarthy. I remember him just sitting in the grandstand, and in just a few short years, he was back here winning races like the NA Cup, now a Breeders' Crown here this season. He's got pure talent, doesn't he, Chris?
That was a great drive, and he does have pure talent, this guy, and he's a nice kid, and he's driving excellent. He's had a good year, and like with Yo Tilly, he's really done nothing wrong all year with her. And to me, his poise in these big races is what stands out. He just seems to do everything right at the right time.
All right, so it's Yo Tilly, a Breeders' Crown champion. Congratulations to the connection. Andrew Harris, you can see he was all smiles there. And this has probably just been a dream come true these last couple of seasons with these top quality horses that he's been getting to the winner's circle in big-time events. Coming up next, it's going to be the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace as the final look at the girls in the Breeders' Crown for 2025. And when we talk about the pacing fillies, we were talking about Twin B Joe Fresh, Chris Ryder, Dexter Dunn. Well, they've got another superstar, this time Mickey and Minnie Gregg, who won her a limb last week. And what I found interesting was that Chris Ryder opted to not take the bye right to the final and instead race her in the limb to have her set for tonight.
And she was a winner in that Elim. Narrow victory, but nonetheless, it's really going to set her up well for tonight. Disappointment earlier tonight. Maybe get some consolation here.
All right, we take a closer look at the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace when we return.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdick's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest-running host venue, the urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! McLovell has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
Top of the stretch. World Winiti trying to launch his bid after foiled again. Pat Rock waiting for the passing lane. It's foiled again. Pat Rock charging up the rail. Modern Legend there. Foiled again. Dead game. Clear Vision late on the outside. Pat Rock on the inside. Photo finish. Foiled again. And Pat Rock together. 149-2.
Talk about an all-timer there, foiled again, the richest standardbred of all time as we continue our trips down memory lane. Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace is next, Greg, and looking at some of the facts and figures for this race. John Campbell, the winningest driver in Breeders' Crown history, has won this event 4 times. Stakes record is 149 flat, coming back in 2020 when the Breeders' Crown was held at Hoosier Park. The Burke Brigade leading the way in terms of trainer and owner and breeder, and they're trying to get another one, and they've got a good opportunity with 9 Rodeo Drive Deo. This is one that they actually purchased, but lately they've been just hitting home runs with their own homebreds.
This filly's had an exceptional season. A little bit of tough luck last time at Northfield Park on the half-miler there in the Courageous Lady. Trip just didn't work out for her, and she ended up third. But back on the big track tonight, I expect to see that one blasting, and looking to give Team Burke their 5th win in this particular category, but they've got to go through Mickey and Minnie, and that's going to be a tall task.
And it was Mickey and Minnie that got the job done in last week's lone elimination for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace. Top 8 advanced to the final, and as we mentioned prior to the break, the Connections here opted to race instead of taking the bye, wanting to get the mile in, as she had not raced since the Kentucky Sire Stakes final back on September 14th, and she had to earn it on this evening a week ago. A break in the first turn made by a horse that probably was going to be a factor. Looks good, and Lulu changes things a bit. Mickey and Minnie, though, going to prevail here as we come into deep stretch.
Yeah, maybe didn't overpower them the way you would think she would off of that trip, but had enough left. Never really too many anxious moments here. Unreasonable, though, makes it interesting and has lapped on that finisher right at the wire. So this Irv Miller pupil, I think, peaking at the right time, coming into the Crown from post 2, should be a player.
She fired home in 25-1. We saw some wicked final quarter speed last week. She was among the fastest on last Saturday's card. There's a look at the full field of 10 for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace. And we look to the outside of the gate at number 10, Chantilly. And last season was incredible, an undefeated campaign, 9 for 9. This year, though, there's been some bumps in the road and just trying to keep her at 100%. She was 6th in last week's elimination and then gets a tough draw. Let's hear now from the trainer, Chantilly, Nick Gallucci.
Now, she's been phenomenal. I mean, what can we say? It's been a great ride to watch her race. How has it been training her? Stressful, easy? What's it been like?
It definitely hasn't been easy. I'd say more stress. This year especially more so than last year. But yeah, it's been a really nice ride and just a fantastic horse.
And a couple starts back, super final, raced fantastic. How was it to be on top of the world that night?
Yeah, I figured that would be a little bit easier race than the coming weeks, which was last week and this week. But yeah, just try to enjoy the moment. And going back-to-back years, that was really special with her.
It doesn't happen often, and it's a great feeling for you and all the connections and everyone who works day in and day out with these animals, especially when they end the season on such a high note in the golds in the OSS, and obviously onto the Breeders' Crown. A limb, tough post, tough race. Obviously made it into the final, and again, tough post, tough race. So what are we thinking tonight? Just overall, I mean, we've got a shed row of phenomenal horses here.
Yeah, it's definitely a really tough spot for the horse. I usually leave the driving strategy up to James, so we'll see how things shake up, and just hopefully she gets a clean trip and gets to give them a good run.
And how has she been, physically, mentally at home on the farm?
This week she's had a better week actually than last week, so I'm hoping that it's a little bit better result on the racetrack.
We hope so as well, and good luck tonight from Post 10.
Thank you very much.
All right, good to hear there from Nick Gallucci, and you kind of can always tell every night that this filly is racing and see him in the paddock, Chris, that he wears that stress because it's a once-in-a-lifetime type horse, an undefeated 2-year-old season, got named Horse of the Year here in Canada. The expectation's so high. The chatter early in the year, which you take on the boys in the North America Cup, had to be a lot of pressure on Nick.
Absolutely, and Nick's a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a real hard worker, and he really cares about his horses. It's been a tough year, like up and down, like considering what was expected. And she's done well. We can't knock her. Absolutely, she's had a decent year for sure. But not what they were hoping. And maybe we'll get lucky and they'll bring her back next year.
6 for 10 this season, over $500,000 made.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say it's been a disappointment, right, Greg?
And
I think the one thing about her is that last year she just kind of overpowered them. This year, though, these fillies, they all take another step forward. And for her, I think it's just been a case of some bad luck at times.
I think so, and I think her health, right? She had those issues earlier in the year, and I don't even think the connections are fully sure what exactly they are. Maybe allergies or something along those lines. And yeah, she just hasn't come back quite to be the same mare, while others have taken a step forward, and that's all it takes, right? It's such a fine line, but you're right, a solid season. What a Cinderella story it would be if she could ever pull one out of the fire tonight from Post 10, and stranger things have happened.
Yeah, they certainly have. She's still getting enough support. When we looked at the betting board a few moments ago, she was in the single digits around 7-8 to 1. She'll probably land around 10 to 1 when everything gets going. And if it had not been for Post 10, she'd be a little lower if she had drew a bit better. And I don't want to turn this into a USA versus Canada conversation, but I think a lot of fans last year saw her just race in Ontario, Chris, and they saw Mickey and Minnie south of the border. We were all anticipating that showdown this year, and maybe we didn't get them both meeting at 100%. But that being said, what Chantilly did last year, she still beat top horses in races like the She's a Great Lady. It was kind of a dream season.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be clear. This filly, when she's on top of her game and she's at her best, if she had a good post in here, like you were saying, she was going to be second favorite for sure. And it's just unfortunate she drew the 10 hole, and it's going to be a tough ask to get there tonight. But you never know. Like you said, you never know. Things can work out.
Well, there was a couple horses that did get buys last week, and we should mention those right now. Number 4, The Last Martini for trainer Jared Bako. Doug McNair is going to do the driving. And Rodeo Drive Deo, they took the buy into the final after finishing 3rd in the Courageous Lady, opting to take a week off as they were keeping her on a pretty regular schedule here. The one downside to taking a buy is you go into that open draw, Greg, and that's what happened with Rodeo Drive Deo getting the 9 hole.
That is the downside, but they get to come in with a relatively fresh horse. She did, as I said earlier, had a kind of a tough trip at Northfield Park over the half-mile oval. So tonight, with that extra week off, I think they're going to put her into play here, and she could put that outside post position behind her very quickly in here, I think. And she's a quality filly. She's one of the probably 3 or 4 best in North America all season long in terms of consistency at the top level. And you've got the Burke factor. They know how to win, and especially in this division.
Chris, number 5, Mickey and Minnie, the heavy favorite here, had not raced since the Kentucky Sire Stake final September 14th, so that's why they decided to go into the limb. She did have a qualifier in between, but Is it there a big difference when you talk about a qualifying mile versus a race mile?
Absolutely, yeah. It makes a big difference. On a race night, there's it's a stress factor on the horse. They come in early, they warm up, they under the lights and all the hubbub that goes on, on a race night. It just makes that little bit of difference. That tightens them up a little bit more. And I think it's a great thing that she raced last week for her. And I think she needed it because it was going to be far too long in between races.
All right, so the horses are starting to make their way out of the paddock. 1-5 on number 5, Mickey and Minnie, as she looks to capture the Breeders' Crown, trying to make it back-to-back years. And we had a great clip last year when she won. Right away, the reaction, we looked over to Chris Ryder, and he said, she's no cartoon. And she is quite the serious filly when you look at her resume, having won 17 times in her career. $2.2 million, that's in Canadian dollars, is what she has earned. And incredible to think these connections after having that ride with Swimby Joe Fresh that continues, come right back and get another home run. There's just something going right there for the Chris Ryder barn, isn't there, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so unfortunate what did happen, earlier in the card, like you said. But I think maybe this filly here in a few short minutes might make them smile again.
All right, time for the post parade for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace. The purse here is $822,000 Canadian. And we'll start things off with number 1, Out of This World, Deo. This is an Ontario sired filly, daughter of Better's Delight, owned and bred by Deo Valente Farms of New Jersey. Chantel Mitchell trains, and Yannick Gingras is going to pick up the drive here. He'll be sitting behind her for the first time. She has 2 wins on the season.
Unreasonable is the number 2. She's a daughter of Huntsville from the Irv Miller stable. Irv co-owns with Pennsylvania and Florida ownership connections here. And what a campaign it's been for this filly. 7 for 13 this year, primarily racing in the Kentucky Sire Stakes program, and over $600,000 in the bank. She was a charging second to Mickey and Minnie a week ago.
There's number 3, Rose, Ronnie Wren Jr., who's had an incredible season, especially right here at Mohawk. Drives for trainer Ron Burke. 5th in her elimination last week was his daughter, Sweet Lou.
Number 4, The Last Martini. She's a daughter of Huntsville as well. Career winner of $1.3 million. Jared Bako, a local trainer who now makes his home base south of the border. Doug McNair will be in the driver's seat.
There's a look at Mickey and Minnie trying to repeat in the Breeders' Crown. A daughter of Always Be Mickey. She's won 11 of 13 this season, and when she didn't win, well, those 2 times she was second. Chris Ryder, Dexter Dunn, the ownership group of Henderson, Modillo, and Minowitz.
Greg Luther Racing of Ohio. Trainer Todd Luther. Driver Austin Hanners looking for a second Breeders' Crown trophy tonight. They send out post 6 starter Skywalker C.
Diamond Creek Racing, a proud sponsor of the Breeders' Crown, hoping to celebrate in their own Winners Lounge tonight here with their starter, number 7, FaZe. Tim Teacher drives for Brett Pelling. She was a close 4th in last week's Olymp.
Same connections that clicked with Yo Tilly back in race 4. Send out number 8, Millie May Hanover. She's a long shot, though, in this field of 10.
Here's a look at the winner of the Jugette, number 9, Rodeo Drive Deo, daughter of Captain Treacherous, has won 6 of 17 this year. Ron Burke trains. David Miller is in the sulky.
And last year's Horse of the Year in Canada, she was undefeated at 2. Her name is Chantilly. She's 6 for 10 this season, come again. And James McDonald, the regular pilot, back on board.
All right, there you have it. A full field of 10. Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace is coming up next. This is race number 5 on this Saturday night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Going to be our 4th Breeders' Crown event of the evening. After this, then we'll shift our focus to the boys with 4 more still to come. A good look at Mickey and Minnie. Dexter Dunn, always calm, cool, and collected, looking to get to the winner's circle for the first time in this year's Breeders' Crown. After we mentioned he won 6 last year, he's got 21 in total. For Mickey and Minnie here, Chris, strategy-wise, it seems most nights, and when she's out on the track, they get away relatively close and then kind of bide their time. She's not afraid of coming first up.
No, she's a tough filly, and she's grinded it out all year. Sometimes first over, sometimes on the front when she has to, but she I think she likes to chase a little bit, this filly, and I think they know that, and they try to put her into that position.
Greg, looking at the others in this field that we haven't touched on, is there anyone that you think is certainly worth a look?
I'm going to go back to Rodeo Drive Dale. All season long, she's been a top player in the division. Needs a little bit of trip luck, and we'll leave that up to Dave Miller. Dave's won in this particular division of the Breeders' Crown many times over the years. His last win coming in 2021 with Test of Faith for Brett Pelling on that occasion. So we'll see if the veteran can work out a little bit of magic here despite post number 9. She's a hard-hitting daughter of Captain Treacherous. Earlier this year, of course, she won the Jugette. That was her biggest win in Delaware, Ohio, showing her versatility on that occasion. Love the look of her. Here on track here just moments before post time. So she's one that I'm going to pick, and maybe a little bit of a sentimental choice too, Mark. I played in the Trot Fantasy Stable this year, and she's one that's been a real good contributor for me in that regard.
Are you doing well?
I was inside the top 100 for much of the season. I think I've drifted just a little bit off there. A couple of my horses went cold on me, but that happens.
In case anyone's wondering, there was definitely more than 100 players, though, right?
Oh yeah, I think around 1,500 people.
Okay,
so yeah,
right.
And
so
you know who I saw leading the last time I looked? Vance Cameron, the announcer from Charlottetown.
Okay, there you have it. All right, well, maybe Vance will drop a boom later on tonight if we get a upset here. If Mickey and Minnie somehow doesn't get to the winner's circle. Chris Ryder's had a bit of a roller coaster ride here tonight, and we appreciate him taking some time as Jamie is standing by.
Thanks, guys. Like you said, Chris Ryder here. Post 5 with Mickey and Minnie. You know, she's such a great filly. Pacer, absolutely phenomenal. She's been undeniably fantastic all season. So tell us about her. How is she to train?
Very easy to train. Some days she's lazy and other days she's aggressive. So she's a little bit of everything, but nice, gated, good feeling filly, and just had a great run with her, and she's really easy to train and handle. Yeah.
Now, of course, you did decide to race in the elimination. Why not take the bye? Why race?
Well, if she hadn't raced in 5 weeks, she would have been racing. Would have been 6 weeks tonight, and she needed a race, so she'd missed a bit of time, and she'd had the one qualifier, and I wanted to race her just to tighten her up.
Absolutely makes sense. And these fillies are going fast. They're flying home. In her elimination, obviously she finished first, but 25-3 that last quarter. That's just unbelievable.
Yeah, she's done that a couple of times now. I hope she does it tonight, of course. And I'm happy with her. She's had a good week and a good race last week. So she's. I'm sure they're going to. Everyone's out to get her, but it's up to her and Dexter. So keeping our fingers crossed.
That's right. Good luck to yourself and Dexter Dunn.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Jamie, and thanks, Chris, once again. He's done a lot of interviews since the scratch of Twin Beach Joe Fresh. He caught up with our friends at FanDuel as well with the U.S. Trotting Association, taking time with the simulcast and now with us. And a popular man on a night like tonight, which coming in, you'd had to think he thought this could just be a dream evening, a potential Breeders' Crown double. Now the hopes are really riding here on Mickey and Minnie, but the betting board says that a lot of people out there think she will get the job done as she is currently 2-5. We were talking about Rodeo Drive Dale there a few moments ago. David Miller doing the driving, and David kind of winding things down in terms of a full-time on the Grand Circuit. He's made it known that he's going to relocate back to his home state of Ohio. He's done so much in this sport. You raced against him an awful lot, Chris. What made him one of the best?
Well, another guy, always in the right position, great set of hands, very good with a horse that's aggressive. He could always calm them down well, and he could also wake one up that was a bit lazy. So he's a full package, David Miller, and that's why he's still, driving at the level he's driving at.
I think it was 2015, Greg, when he won 6 Breeders' Crowns in one night.
Yeah, 6 in one night. Remember the year he won the Little Brown Jug and capped off a 10-win race program that day?
Wow.
So he's had put together some of the biggest single days in the history of the sport.
I think we're going to continue to see him in a lot of these big races, but he is going to go back home to Ohio where things are really booming, as we've seen already tonight with the Buckeyes getting into the winner's circle. Set to go now for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly pace. Mickey and Minnie trying to go back-to-back in the crown. We'll toss things up at the top of the grandstand. Here is Chad Rosen.
Twice. And in those 2 defeats, she was runner-up. 2-5 on the board, 3-1 and 2 unreasonable. Big effort from this Miller trainee last week. Rodeo Drive Dale at 11-1 on the outside. It's post time for the 5th race. Here come the 3-year-old pacing fillies for their Breeders' Crown final. And there they go. They're off and pacing, and McDonald starts up Chantilly from the outside. And she'll sprint out. Here comes the big filly, Chantilly. And within a few strides, she'll cross over to grab the lead. In front of the last Martini, who's second. To the inside of that one, Unreasonable. Mickey and Minnie on the outside, fourth right now for Dunn. To the inside, it's Out of This World, Dale. In some traffic here, and now going off stride was Rose. Outside of that one, Phase. Then it's Rodeo Drive Dale, Skywalker C, and Millie May Hanover, 27 flat to the quarter at Chantilly leading the way. The last Martini in second, Mickey and Minnie. Now the gas pedal pushed on her, and Mickey and Minnie called on to go forward here by Dunn. Here's Chantilly and Mickey and Minnie meeting up just beyond 3/8. In behind this pair, the last Martini, and Marcus Miller on the move here with Unreasonable. Chantilly hangs out Mickey and Minnie. Mickey and Minnie with a head out in front on the outside, but she can't clear just yet. The half is 56-2. And Mickey and Minnie had to work her way to the front, but she takes over now in front of Chantilly. Unreasonable, losing her cover, but not her interest. She continues to move forward. Takes over second on the outside. Second over up to fourth. Well positioned Out of This World. Dale locked up fifth as the last Martini under a strong McNair hold. Following her, Skywalker C, then Phase to the outside. She needs to pick it up as she gaps cover, swinging wide from the back road. Dale, Drive Dale, and then it's Millie May, Hanover, and Rose. 123 and 1 3/4, and Mickey and Minnie turning for home, and she opens up two now on her rivals. Chasing is Unreasonable. The last Martini starting to close quickly at her. Can she make up the room? It's Mickey and Minnie on top of length. Here's the last Martini, and Skywalker C late. Mickey and Minnie in the last Martini decided. Mickey and Minnie on the inside of the last Martini. Another great finish, 149-2. We've got a win photo between Mickey and Minnie and the last Martini.
The photo finish camera's getting a workout tonight. Another tight finish. This time, Mickey and Minnie and the last Martini, who was trying to reach up. They hit the wire together in 149-2. A lot going on over the course of this race, including some anxious moments coming to the half where Mickey and Minnie, Chris, just didn't look like she wanted to clear.
Yeah, she just kind of got hung up on the outside there and just didn't seem to want to go by. And James looked like he was struggling, he trying to let her go, but she finally cleared, but just couldn't hold on, I don't think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe she did hold on. It was very tight, very tight. I thought for sure Doug had won it, but maybe not.
Oh, that is very close. The slow-mo, usually you can call it off of that, Greg. I don't know if you can.
And isn't that what the Breeders' Crown is all about? Another bang-bang finish here. Mickey and Minnie, struggling to make the lead for whatever reason, but when she got there, she kicked out a big 26-4 third quarter, and then trying desperately to hold on here. The last Martini right up in that win photo. She, in her race and starts, just had way too much work to do tonight, finally in a good striking position. And we're going to have to wait and see who got it.
Oh, we are waiting for the call. The judges reviewing the photo. They'll make the determination. There's the camera on the 4, the last Martini. Could Doug McNair have just gotten another Breeders' Crown victory? He won one the last time the event was here at Woodbine Mohawk Park back in 2022. Had his first Crown win with the pacing Colt Stay Hungry. And usually, Chris, don't the drivers kind of have a good idea if you won or not?
You do, but when it gets that close, it's pretty well up in the air when it's that tight. It is really close. I actually, after watching it the second time, thought Dexter held on, so we'll have to see. But
well, Doug is looping around here, and Mickey and Minnie as well. Both of them are waiting. We come back on camera here and just awaiting.
Gotta love the drama.
Yeah, that's what you want, right? That's exactly what you want.
I mean, I can't separate them here. Right at the wire. Look at this. I cannot separate them at the wire, so I don't know.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we
got
to
get the results of that.
Get our book ready.
Photo. What a close one.
Know if we've ever had a dead heat.
What a race, though.
In this division, there's been dead heats in the Breeders' Crown, but in the 3-year-old filly
Let's take another look.
Sure. All right, slowing it right down.
Boy, that could be a heater.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be. The judges will obviously do their best to try and see if they can separate them, but we don't know.
I can tell you for sure from experience, neither driver knows right now.
It's all up in the air, and generally it doesn't take this long, as we saw with the photo finish in the mare trot a little bit earlier. I'm just looking up on the in-house screen here. Everybody is awaiting the result of the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly pace. We're going to step aside here on Game Plus. The results when we return. And just coming back in my ear, what are we going here, guys? I think we're bringing back in our friends All right, we're back on Game Plus. Those are watching the stream. We stayed up here to show you what was going on in terms of the tight photo finish here in the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly pace. But now we await the results. So for those of you on Game Plus, we took a look at the slow motion photo finish there, and I don't think we can call it. One more look. Dead heat?
I thought Doug the first time I watched it, and then the second time I thought Dexter, and now I have no idea. It could be a dead heat.
And typically, when it takes that long, you know, they are having a difficult time separating the two. So we might make a little bit more Breeders' Crown history here tonight.
I can see to my left. The connection's just waiting around.
Yeah.
And, well, they might be waiting a little bit longer here. And, the folks at the Breeders' Crown might be having to double up on the trophies and the blankets here in a moment if it is a dead heat.
Yeah.
It is a dead heat. That's the call. A dead heat in the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly pace. Could not separate them. Just an absolute thriller.
I think I spoke to Doug last night before the races, and I said, "How's your lineup look?" And he says, you know, maybe some checks if I'm lucky. I said, "Hey, remember, it's the Breeders' Crown. Anything can happen." He's going to be so happy with this, so it's great to see.
Greg, what do you make of that one?
I mean, that's just fantastic. You know, that's theater at its finest, harness racing theater, if you want to call it, the Breeders' Crown. You know, every year we get these great storylines, some unexpected ones, and I think this would be one of them. You know, early in the year, the Last Martini at times was right there at the top of the division, and your last couple of races, when you looked at them, you took a second glance, the efforts weren't that bad. Just bad trip scenarios. Was mired in 11th in her last start in Lexington, and you know, just couldn't overcome that at this level. But tonight up much closer and got to use her patented late kick effectively.
Let's go to the post-race interview trackside right now.
Well, after a long-awaited photo, it is a dead heat between the Last Martini and Mickey and Minnie. We'll start with you, Dougie. What were your thoughts nearing the wire?
Yeah, you know, we were guaranteed second there late, and she kind of just lunged right at the wire. I wasn't sure. Dex thought I got her, but it's a little anxious moments there. So I said there earlier I'd take a dead heat if we get one, so we got one.
Let's talk about the trip. You know, it looked like you had a handful up the backside. They weren't really going much, but you know, sat there patiently until that far turn.
Yeah, I really had no choice. You know, we weren't Dex's filly. She didn't want to clear it at all tonight. Once she did, way she went. She kind of does that once in a while, but. We were in a good spot, you know. The second over horse gapped, and we were able to slide out, and it was a great race.
The Connections opted for the bye last week, which means you didn't have a chance to draw good after winning an elimination race. You got lucky with post 4. She might not just been herself down in Kentucky.
Well, she had the 11 hole. I never seen the light of day, so I mean, at the half I was in trouble. Just wanted to pretty much train her up. After that, I was sitting 12th. I was in a terrible spot, and it worked out for tonight.
Always nice to get a Breeders' Crown win, but definitely at home.
That's for sure. It's a greatest track, I think, in the world, and it's fun to be a part of it.
Nice job.
Thanks, Jess.
That was winning driver Doug Monero. Winning trainer Jared Bako. Real quick, what were your thoughts coming to the wire?
Honestly, she's just so incredible. She thrills you every time she races. She tries so hard.
And how are you feeling getting a Breeders' Crown win?
Best day of my life.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Jess.
That was the Last Martini in a dead heat with Mickey and Minnie.
And right now we've got one of them back to the...
So the Last Martini was back in the winner's circle first, and now coming back to the winner's circle to join the Last Martini will be Mickey and Minnie. I always like the dead heat if they get a nice picture of the two horses together. Both champions on this evening in the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly pace. And Greg, I think you looked at the past winners. Never been a dead heat in this division.
Not in this particular division. So more history made tonight in the Breeders' Crown series. Since 1984, every year there is something like this that happens that goes down in Breeders' Crown lore, and it will be a first Breeders' Crown trophy for trainer Jared Bako. Big thrill. Doug McNair, Chris, as you said, the unexpected Breeders' Crown win. That's got to be a big thrill. And nice for Mickey and Minnie and the Connections tonight. Some disappointment earlier with Twinbee Joe Fresh to atone somewhat here with the dead heat victory.
Well, they're going to have to throw that blanket now on Mickey and Minnie. So
yeah. We're going to have to share, guys.
A little bit of sharing tonight.
But that's okay. I don't think either Connection's going to mind sharing the blanket, and I'm sure they're going to get a trophy each. So that's nice. But what a race! What a race, guys! That was just unbelievable. And like you said, Greg, that's what the Breeders' Crown's all about. Right?
And we're so lucky. We've had the event here at this time of year before, and some years Mother Nature doesn't cooperate. We're blessed this year with what was really a nice weekend for late October here in the the GTA area. And tonight, the horses and the drivers, trainers, they're putting on a show. And I mean, it's been fantastic. It started last night, and more of it tonight. These thrilling finishes, a lot of record times, and now something very unique, the dead heat in the Breeders' Crown. It's fantastic.
Well, I'm going to have to get out my book here and look back. I think the last Breeders' Crown dead heat was in the 2-year-old Colt Pace, I want to say a few years ago, when it was at Hoosier 2019. No, not 2019. It's probably 2020, I think it was. So we'll have to pull that up. But, wow, it's happened before. Pretty rare, though. You don't see them all that often, right, Chris?
No, absolutely not.
That's what I was looking for, that photo right there.
That's it.
That's what you want.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have on your wall, wouldn't it?
Hey, both connections never been happier to take a picture with one another, that's for sure. Yeah. So the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace delivers some epic drama, and Doug McNair and Dexter Dunn, for the time being, they're buddies out there because they get to share that trophy, as both of them are Breeders' Crown winners. So we'll have more of this post-race reaction as we continue on this Saturday night number 2 of the 2025 Breeders' Crown. The payouts and more when we return. Dexter Dunn, Doug McNair holding up that trophy as it's the last Martini and Mickey and Minnie in a Breeders' Crown race to remember, a dead heat. More when we come back on Primetime Racing.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdick's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack at East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! Mac Lovell has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
In the stretch drive of the 97 Breeders' Crown, Malabar Man is toying with this field. This is a rout! Malabar Man wins it by close to 6. Buttafuoco is second. Lord Storm on third in 155-2. Malabar Man, a decisive victory. Just missed the track record by 2/5.
Malabar Man right here at Mohawk, with Mal Burrows winning the Breeders' Crown. Turning it back over to the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace. Here's your payouts. It's the rare dead heat in a Breeders' Crown event. The last Martini, Mickey and Minnie. $26 to win on one of them, $210 on the other. One was supposed to win, the other wasn't. They both end up winning, as it was one to remember there in that Breeders' Crown 3-year-old filly Pace. And we're going to bring you back to the desk here outside the paddock at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Mark McKelvey, Chris Christoforou, and Greg Blanchard with you. And guys, that wraps up the fillies and mares portion of the evening. The Colts are going to come up next, and they've got a tough act to follow, don't they, Greg?
I guess so. And, I think they can. This is a really deep, intriguing group. You've got Maryland, a horse that's trying to really cap off what's been a slightly disappointing season. We talked about Chantilly earlier. Same thing, with expectations so high, hasn't quite met them this year, but could cap it off in a big way. Stablemate Super Chapters had a great year, and several other top colts, including the now horse, the local horse, Emoticon Legacy.
Yeah, and Emoticon Legacy we touched on right off the hop of tonight's broadcast, Chris, and just what he has done. He's got a mark of 149-2, taken at the Red Mile, but he's already set the track record here at Mohawk earlier this season in 149-4. Speaking of speed records, last time the Breeders' Crown was here in 2022, King of the North got away from the rail for Mark McDonald and went on to a 150-3 win. Up until tonight, that was the fastest trot ever in Breeders' Crown history. An old competitor of yours in that driver's room, Mark McDonald. That was a pretty memorable win.
Oh, absolutely. We were all, I remember, in awe of that performance by King of the North. And luckily for us in Ontario, he stands up here now, and hopefully he's going to have a great stud career.
And that kind of reminds me of Maryland this year. That year, up until the Breeders' Crown, he had kind of been a little bit underachieving, based on his outstanding 2-year-old season. Didn't quite put it all together that year, but capped it off with an absolutely resounding win in his Crown elimination and then trounced rivals in the final. And that mile, I think, sticks in people's minds because, now standing stud here in Canada, people were very excited to add him to the ranks, and his yearling sold tremendously well this fall, still with the Harrisburg sale to come. So, that's the kind of impact that winning a Breeders' Crown can have on a horse's career, both on the track and as a stallion.
Super Chapter, Maryland, also number 1, Meshuggah, all from the Marcus Melander barn. They get the inside 3 post positions. Want to talk about the drivers here, though. Dexter Dunn had driven Maryland throughout every start in his career, and in the Kentucky Futurity finally made the call to take Super Chapter over Maryland. There had only been a couple instances where he had to decide between the two. The Hambletonian was one of them. He stuck with Maryland, but at this point in the year, he's decided he wants to stick with Super Chapter, and Yannick Gingras steps in and nearly wins the Kentucky Futurity. Does that shake things up for a horse, getting a new reinsman?
Absolutely, and I think that's what happened here. I think Yannick jumped on this colt and stepped him up a little bit, which is not an easy thing to do when you're replacing a guy like Dexter Dunn. But the colt seemed to respond really well. Look at the trip he went. And another thing I noticed in this race, guys, there's 5 horses in this race, 3-year-old trotting colts that have trotted sub 50 in their last 6 lines. I mean, it's remarkable how far the standardbred trotting breed has come along in the last, 15 years, 10 years. It's just amazing.
We had never seen a trotter here at Mohawk break 150 until this past summer in the Maple Leaf Trot Elimination. Atos Kronos was the first one. Then Alexis Cody does it in the final. A Emoticon Legacy, a 3-year-old who had already set the track record earlier this season in June. Think about that, setting a track record in June of his 3-year-old season, breaks it. The speed is wicked here with these horses, and I mean, we're talking about some pretty well-bred horses, especially when you talk about an Emoticon Legacy as well as a Super Chapter, for example. And speaking of Super Chapter, along with Meshuggah and Maryland, Marcus Melander. He seems to show up every year in the Breeders' Crown with multiple shots in an event like this, and Jamie caught up with him.
Marcus Melander joins us now just in front of race 6, sending out the 1, the 2, and the 3 from post positions. Now, they all haven't raced since October 5th at Lexington. Just kind of with that time off, your thoughts, it won't bother them?
No, not really. We went in here last Friday before the qualifiers. I went 2.5 mile with them and was very pleased with all of them. So I think they're ready to go tonight.
And we don't want to discredit the 3 Maryland without having a win yet on the season, but been racing against Emoticon Legacy, just a huge horse with going huge trips, and so is Maryland, absolutely phenomenal races, but just hasn't cracked that top spot yet. What are your thoughts overall?
It's been racing great, a lot of starts, and as he did last time, in the Futurity, got the second tier there, and he finished strong. He just beat by a neck, so It's a tough group of 3-year-olds, overall. I mean, just not emoticon, but I mean, obviously he's been the best one, and it's going to be hard to beat him tonight again. But, our horses are pretty good as well. So if we have some racing luck, they have a shot.
And the two you have Super Chapter, a sub 50 mile put up last start. What are your thoughts on him for tonight?
He's having a great year. He's from the start. He's been doing great. So, and he finished strong as well in the futurity there. He took a couple of steps when he moved him on the outside there and lost a little bit of momentum. But I mean, here he's great. So can't be disappointed at him.
And Scott Zeron drives the one Meshuggah. 5th in the Kentucky Futurity. 150 though, like these horses, they're going fast and they're all coming. It's really a horse race every time they step out on the track.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he raced really good the first week of Lexington as well when he won there. So he's in really good form. On paper, he's probably right behind those best ones. But you never know if it's good pace and the trip works out. You never know because he's in really good shape right now.
I feel like I'm always bugging you when you have tons of horses in each race, and we appreciate your time and good luck here tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Well, thanks so much to Marcus Melander, always gracious with his time, and we talked about it last night, Greg, his pursuit of a Hambletonian, and yeah, he didn't get it again this year. He'll be back next year. He already won the 2-year-old Colt Trot last night with Spencer Hanover, but this is one of those signature races as well, and he does have a history in this event, and we'll try to get back to the winner's circle.
A few years back, he went into the Hambletonian. He had the prohibitive favorite in Green Shoe. He had Green Manalishi and Chimpanzee to form what looked like an unbeatable 3-horse entry. Forbidden Trade, the Canadian horse, knocked him off. This year, went into the Hambo again with 3 great chances. The 3 that he sends out here in the Crown, Meshuggah, Super Chapter, Maryland, came up just short. It's hard to believe that he doesn't have that Hambletonian victory yet. Just a matter of time. And, yeah, what we saw last night from Spencer Hanover, Apex, I mean, he's going to be loaded again next year, and you could likely see him in the Hambletonian final with 2 or 3 top contenders again. So one of the premier young trotting conditioners in all of harness racing, no question. A big chance here to get a Breeders' Crown trophy, another Breeders' Crown trophy for the barn here. And it would be nice to see Maryland cap off the season. I mean, he's raced well. He's had some big efforts. He's just had bad luck in finding the win column this season. It's hard to believe. You wouldn't have predicted he'd come in this year and be shut out in the win column, but he does have $670,000 in the bank, so it shows you the quality of the Colt and how well he has raced despite not winning.
The back-to-back wins for Emoticon Legacy in the Canadian Trotting Classic and the Kentucky Futurity should stamp him as a very clear favorite, but right now he's even money. And on the morning line, he was 8-5, but kind of now going to 6-5, floating around that mark. But I still think there's a few that aren't giving him his full flowers just because they know what those Melander trainees and horses like Go Dog Go are capable of.
That's right. And, the same story that we've seen unfold here before as well for the Luke Blais trainee. He hasn't raced in a little while. He has a single qualifier in between, and he got beat handily there. Some people might get a little panicked by that, but again, we've seen enough over the years from this stable. It's kind of their MO. They just go kind of a maintenance mile. They're not looking to win the qualifier. They just have a specific target, I think, as far as time, just to keep the horse on his toes. And I have certainly no concern about that, and I think we'll see the best of Emoticon Legacy tonight. And right now, he is the best in the division with his A game. It's going to take a big effort from one of the others to knock him off.
We talk about the draw being so important. Number 10, Go Dog Go, draws the 10 hole, the same post position he had in the Hambletonian. Talk about tough luck for the Carter Pinsky trainee, as on that day in the Hambletonian, Todd McCarthy blasted him out of that post 10 to get him in play. It didn't pan out, but this is a horse with a sub 150 mark.
And here at Mohawk, if you get off on the right foot, even with the post 9, post 10, you can put yourself in play quickly. We saw Chantilly overcome that obstacle quickly this evening. Didn't have too much to offer late. A trotting Colt last night in the 2-year-old division, a good effort from post 10 as well.
Here's the post parade for the Breeders' Crown 3-0 Colt Trot. You just saw Meshuggah, 1 of 3 from Marcus Melander, was 5th in the Kentucky Futurity. Scott Zeron drives.
Super Chapter. He's been the number one trotter in the stable of Marcus Melander this season, a winner of $1.4 million plus. He's 8 for 12 this year. Just seems to be there week in, week out. Dexter Dunn drives this guy tonight from post 2.
3 Maryland. Yannick Gingras driving for Marcus Melander. Winless on the season, as we talked about, after a O'Brien Award and Dan Patch Award-winning season last year that included the Breeders' Crown and the Mohawk Million. Victories on his resume.
Emoticon Legacy's been a trotting powerhouse this year. He's 7 for 9 on the campaign, more than $1.3 million, and a sub 150 race mark this year for Determination. Luke Blais and driver Louis Philibois.
Montserrat is the 5. Andrew Harris, Pollock, Armin, those connections looking for their second crown win of the night. David Miller drives 1 for 12 on the season.
The Ohio-based Colt Chimpanzee Dancer, Chris Beaver, the trainer, also is the co-owner. It's Andy McCarthy driving this career winner, $380,000 plus.
Next up, going to be number 7, Happy Jack B for Oka Svanstead. He trains and drives here. 4th in the Kentucky Futurity Final. 2 for 12 on the season. Mark of 52 taken at the Meadowlands. Quietly has made over $700,000 in his career.
Greenma, number 8, trained by Tron Smatshammer, who won this division back in 2010 with Break the Bank K. Doug McNair looking for back-to-back Breeders' Crown trophies.
There's number 9, Mr. Mouton, another Svanstead trainee. James McDonald gets the assignment here. He and Svanstead teamed up with Lady Landia last year to win the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old filly trot. Mr. Mouton has been racing primarily in Kentucky, 4 for 9 on the season, 8 times in the top 3.
And there's Go Dog Go, looking to give Todd McCarthy a second crown trophy on the evening. Carter Pinsky trains this guy. He's won half of his 10 starts this year and close to $750,000 in earnings.
Full field of 10 for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt trot. Eliminations were not necessary as there was just 10 entered. So with that, everybody comes into this final. And for some, opting to qualify. That was the case for Emoticon Legacy. The others, though, they've all been off since the closest date for any of them would be October 10th for number 8 Greenmaw. The others have basically been off since the Kentucky Futurity. Do you put anything into that, Chris, the fact that Luke Blais opted to put in a qualifier last weekend while the others just continued to rest and train up?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to freshen the Colt up a little bit. It was going to be a long time, since Lexington. He's a bit of a fractious horse. This horse, he can be a little aggressive at times. I'm sure they didn't want to give him too long of a rest and have him get wound up when he did get back to the races here. But I just watched him go at the post, but he looked so good. I really like his chances here for sure.
Louis Waugh trying to win another Breeders' Crown. He won his first with Gaines Hanover back in 2022 here at Mohawk when, at the time, that freshman captured his 2-year-old crown event. Louis Waugh, a driver who has shown up in big moments. We saw him win the NA Cup last year with Nijinsky. And what makes Louis one of the top reinsmen here locally and on the Grand Circuit?
Well, I think Louis got maybe the lightest hands around. He really he can really calm down a hot horse, and that's why he fits so well with the Emoticon Legacy. And he's a smart guy and a very good driver.
Greg, looking at the rest of this field here, we've focused a lot on the Melander trainees and Emoticon Legacy. I think Go Dog Go, if he draws better, you've got him right in the mix. And you mentioned he can still probably get away from that 10 hole. But does Todd McCarthy go back to that same strategy that he employed in the Hambletonian when he shot him out of there to go to the lead?
I think you have to.
Yep.
You have to give him a chance in here. And we've seen that, right, in these big races that horses can overcome that outside post. It's just a starting spot. Now you have to be able to get off on the right foot, catch a few others by surprise early, and get there as quick as you can. I would say, Chris, right, without using up all the gas in the tank to do so. So you've got a little bit left at the end if you get some room to get out and maybe go by.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, another horse in here that might try the same tact is the horse right to the inside is this 9 horse, Mr. Mouton. He races on the front every time, and I think all but the bottom start when he was the trailer. But this horse can go a long way. If he can cross over quick enough and maybe get a trip, he could be very dangerous in here at 19-1 or 17-1 right now.
He was racing so well in the Kentucky Sire Stakes all summer long at the Red Mile, and unfortunately for the connections, ended up being scratched out of the Rich Final. $400,000 US was the purse, so didn't get a chance to try and cap off a strong season in that Sire Stakes program. Ultimately, Super Chapter won the event. I'm not sure he would have knocked off Super Chapter that night, but he's probably right there.
Yeah.
If he gets the job done, at worst, he's probably second. And on the betting board, he's 18-1.
Yeah.
And he did not get to race in the Kentucky Futurity due to the number of entries. He just didn't have the earnings to get in as well. If he was in there, he's probably right in the mix as a contender. So I think you're right, Chris. We can't sleep on that one. Anyone else in that long shot range that you like here, Greg? Or somebody that could at least factor into the race or maybe be put in play?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Greenmaw, Doug McNair, right? Another guy that, especially with long shot horses like this, he's going to give the horse a chance, try and put him into the race and just see how things unfold. And this is a talented trotter. They're all talented at this level, and they're going to need some luck and really need some things, I think, to go their way to fall into place to win here. But this division, when I go back through the media guide, Mark, it's so much fun to look at the great names who've won this division in the past. You go all the way back to the early 80s, horses like Practice and Mac Lobel, then later on Malabar Man, Muscles Yankee, and then recent years, horses like Tactical Landing, Father Patrick, Chapter 7, to name a few. It's the who's who. And for the accomplished horses like Emoticon Legacy, Super Chapter, maybe Maryland here, a win kind of stamps them as one of those really elite 3-year-old trotting colts.
That's for sure. Emoticon Legacy, even money right now, your favorite, 5-2 on the 3 Maryland. Meanwhile, it's 4-1 on Super Chapter. I still think we got to read something into Dexter Dunn deciding that he wants to stick with Super Chapter. I don't think Maryland being winless was really the deciding factor in all of this with how many times he's raced these horses, Chris. I think that's probably not the reason he jumped off them.
No, I think most of it has to do with is more towards his performances near the Hambletonian and the Hambletonian field. You can see he was getting a little pinchy up front, and he was starting to get pacey late in the miles. And I think maybe Dexter thought the longer the season went on, maybe that problem would get worse. So he thought maybe I'd switch over and go with a horse that seems to be a little more sure-footed right now.
All right, they're about to be called in here for this Breeders' Crown final as we get a chance to check out the boys now. The fillies and mares, well, they certainly showed up tonight with some pretty epic performances. Now it's time for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt Trot. Emoticon Legacy looking for another signature win right here on his home track. He's already won the Good Times and the Canadian Trotting Classic. Can he add a Breeders' Crown? We're going to send things up to Chad Rosema, who has the call.
3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Emoticon Legacy at even money could add to his impressive resume that he's put together this year. Maryland has had plenty of success right here in the past, looking for more. He's in search of his first win of the year, going to play Super Chapter as well, having a big campaign at 4-1. A lot of talent lining up right here in the 6th race. They're behind the gate. Here they come. And a great-looking start. They're off and trotting in the Breeders' Crown final. And off stride in the center went Montserrat. Montserrat jumping it off. Leaving from the outside is the pair of Mr. Mouton and Go Dog Go. And Go Dog Go is going to now sprint ahead to take over the lead here from McCarthy to the opening turn. It's Go Dog Go leading the way on Mr. Mouton. Marked on the outside is Emoticon Legacy while making sure he doesn't go to the inside and get caught in. He's going to continue to move on after the front after a quick 26-1 opening quarter. Super Chapter trots 4th in front of Maryland 5th. Then Meshuggah 6th. Happy Jack B tracking that one. Then Chimpanzee Dancer back to Greenmaw and Montserrat catching up with the group after the early miscue. Emoticon Legacy parks to 3/8, but now leads the way in front of Go Dog Go. And Mr. Mouton 3rd. Super Chapter on the move out of 4th. First up for Dunn. Maryland to follow him. 2nd over to the inside is Meshuggah. 3rd over Happy Jack B. 4th over is Chimpanzee Dancer. Inside for McNair with Greenmaw and Montserrat the trailer. Half was reached in 55-1. Emoticon Legacy heading into this turn. He leads at about a length now on Super Chapter, who's on the attack. And with 3/8 to go, it's a Motocon Legacy and Super Chapter set to duel to 3/4. And Go Dog Go in behind this pair, third and beginning to angle in front of Marilyn, who gaps his cover. Inside fifth for Mr. Mouton, swinging wide on the last turn is Chimpanzee Dancer. 1:22 and 1 to 3/4. And Super Chapter taking over the lead from a Motocon Legacy, and he tries to get the jump on Go Dog Go, closes at him. Meshuggah up the inside. In behind them, Mr. Mouton. Greenmont with some late trot as well. Super Chapter holding on to a lead with Meshuggah closing quickly up the inside. It's 62-1, and Meshuggah and the money man Scott Zeron capture the Breeders' Crown Final for the 3-0 Colt and Geldings in 150-1. That's a new stakes record.
It's a Marcus Melander trainee, but it's the big long shot, 62-1 shot. Meshuggah, Scott Zeron, another signature victory up the rail, Greg, to pull off the stakes record effort, 150-1.
They call him the money man for a reason, and boy, the win odds certainly support that here, 150-1. It's a stakes record performance for Meshuggah. Beautiful tight shot there coming to the wire. You could tell this guy was live, and as long as the clearance existed, he was going to make it awfully close, and it's a measured win here for Scotty Z getting this guy done. Another one that took the shoes off tonight and was obviously getting a hold of the track beautifully, and that's a big win, and it really muddies the waters in this division when it comes down to year-end honors, Chris.
Absolutely. It's just shaking things up quite a bit, hasn't it? Unfortunately for a Motocon Legacy, he just didn't have it tonight. You know, he's been racing great all year, and maybe just, you know, it's come to the end, and maybe he's just starting to get a little bit tired now, but what a drive by Scotty Zeron. I mean, this kid, you know, there's a reason they call him the money man. When the money's down, he shows up, and he picks up a big win here with Meshuggah off a great drive, and let's be honest, the horse was really good tonight.
Motocon Legacy had to go such a big trip from the 10-hole to win the Kentucky Futurity in his last start. You just wonder if that took a little bit of a bite out of him. Here tonight, he squares off around that last turn with Super Chapter. Looked like Super Chapter was going to be home a winner. Instead, his stablemate steals the spotlight. Meshuggah with the shocker in the Breeders' Crown.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdick's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack at East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest-running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! Mac Lovell has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
Driver Scott Zeron. First and foremost, Scotty, take me through your advantage point of this trip because you never left the rail.
No. I usually stick to that plan with this guy. He usually has pretty tactical speed, but off the rail he's made mistakes before, so we were just trying to get away where we got away and hope things worked out, and they certainly did.
You've been his regular pilot throughout his 3-year-old season. Maybe just talk about his progression, because he has put forth some really nice miles.
Yeah, he's been good. He doesn't like to do a lot of work, and in PA he kind of was one of the better ones in there, so I tried making him do things he didn't really want to do. And then ever since Marcus started pulling the front shoes on him, he's been really slick-gated, and he's loved racing.
A couple of heavy hitters to your outside, overlooked on the tote board, 62-1, record-breaking, longest shot in the 3-year-old Colt trot to win it. Always good to win a race when you come home, but especially a Breeders' Crown.
Absolutely, and not getting shut out on 12 of them is very nice.
Nice job, Scotty. And there you have it. Scott Zeron takes the 3-year-old Colt and gelding trot Breeders' Crown final. An upset win, 62-1.
A 62-1 stunner there from Meshuggah, Scott Zeron. How many times have we seen him just hug the rail with these horses and get them through? And a great explanation there why he sticks to the rail with this guy. And an inside starting spot can be tricky here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, but he gets the job done from the rail to Scott Zeron, as Marcus Melander gets another Breeders' Crown title on this weekend, this time with a son of Green Shoe. And it's just the 3rd win of the season for Meshuggah. And the music fans, well, they'll enjoy that victory. Courant owns Meshuggah, big-time supporters of Marcus Melander, giving him so many opportunities, and just continues year in and year out to deliver. So the winner's circle continues here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and Scott Zeron, they call him the money man for a reason. And speaking of money, check this out. The tote board gets lit up. Meshuggah, $127 winner, $44 to place, $18 to show. Check out the exotics here. It's a Melander Exacta that for $2 pays over $660. That certainly shakes things up in the multi-leg wagers, as well as tonight. There was a pick 6 mandatory payout that got underway in race number 4. That means this is one of those nights where you don't have to get all 6 out of 6 to get paid. If it's a 5 out of 6, a 4 out of 6, doesn't matter. The whole pool is going to pay out tonight, and those that had Meshuggah are going to be licking their chops. So we'll turn the page now to race number 7, which is coming up next, and that's going to be the Breeders' Crown Open Trot. So from the 3-year-olds to the Open, the aged performers who are going to look to put on a show. Can Lexus Cody do it again? We'll tee it up more when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to Primetime Racing's coverage of the Breeders' Crown from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Another Breeders' Crown trophy to go on the mantle for conditioner Marcus Melander after sending out Meshuggah to victory. And, well, he won't be able to celebrate for too long because he's got 2 more to send his way in the Breeders' Crown Open Trot, which will be our next event. Welcome back to the desk. Mark McKelvey, Chris Christoforou, Greg Blanchard. So there's always that one real shocker in the Breeders' Crown every year. Somebody is going to pull off a stunner. There it was, a 60-1 shot winning in Meshuggah. 3 races to go. I think in the next 2, there's a clear standout. The final Breeders' Crown event, I think you can make a case for several. But the opportunity for another big upset certainly looms, Greg, here as we head towards this open trot to be headlined by Lexus Cody. If somebody can beat Lexus Cody, then it is apt to be a big upset. He has been the now horse in the division. He's always been a top, hard-hitting trotter, but this year he's stepped up to another level. He's been the dominant older trotter and kind of kicked things off here back in midsummer. And he won the Maple Leaf Trot, and he's been able to continue that role, including that 49-4 sparkling win in his Breeders' Crown elimination. Starts right in the middle of the field tonight from post number 5. It looks like his race to win or lose. Well, finishing second to him last week in the elimination was French Wine. Nancy Tactor sends out this 5-year-old, and Jamie is standing by.
Nancy Tactor joins us now, sending out French Wine from post 3. But before we get into French Wine, let's talk about last year. You won this division last year with Winner's Bet. What type of feeling is it to close out the season with a Breeders' Crown?
It's a great feeling because you know what? It's such a long season, and to have a horse that's still standing when Breeders' Crown comes around and then to be able to perform at such a high level is just really rewarding for the entire team. And, you know, it shows what great horses are great horses at that point, too.
And let's get into French Wine. The horse, not the, beverage, but maybe some tonight. However, tell us about him. How is he as a horse? How is he training in and out of off the track?
I haven't had him very long. I think this is only going to be my 4th start with him. So he's a really super cool horse, though. I've always admired him from afar. He raced against Tactical Approach, who I had, they were kind of butting heads a little bit. He was second behind Tactical Approach in the Kentucky Futurity. So I've always had, a lot of respect for the horse as a racehorse. But now that I've had my hands on him, he's very cool. He's got a lot of energy. He absolutely loves his job more than anything. He's so excited to get out on the track. Maybe a little bit too exciting because he's a handful to get from the actual paddock stall onto the track every time he needs to warm up or to go out to race. So, but he's really cool. He's a pleasure to be around.
Now, he did hit that sub 50 mark in Lexington. How amazing was that to get on him?
It was truly amazing. I wasn't really expecting it. He surprised me at Hoosier, the first start that he raced for me. He had trained really good, and I told the owners, I'm like, well, why don't we try him at Hoosier? Because I knew he was going to get in because he has so much money in Maid Life. And I told Jason, that was the first time Jason drove him, and I said, just give him a nice race because I don't know if he's really up to racing against these types of horses yet. And he came flying in the end, and Jason's like, if I could have just let him go a little bit more the last quarter of a mile, I think he would have won. And I was like, wow. So then I was just kind of like, all right, well, let's go to the Allrage. And, he got another great trip there, and he raced really well. And same thing, Jason couldn't really let him go like the last bit of the race, but this time it was just like the last 8th. And I think, in the eliminations last week, it was the last 16th. So hopefully now we can just let him go full speed and really see what he's made of.
Now, just trotters in general, something you're very well versed in. Do you think that sub 50 mark is just they need it now?
I mean, it's crazy how fast these horses go. We watch 2-year-old trotting fillies go in 51, 52. So I don't really necessarily know that the speed is the most important thing or the best thing for the horses. I think it's really important to look at what horses they beat. You can have fluke horses go fast miles when the conditions are right. So more than anything, I try to focus on, what types of horses the horses are racing against.
Well, thank you for joining us here, and good luck tonight in the Breeders' Crown.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to Nancy Tactor for taking some time to chat with Jamie. There's a look at number 1, Amigo Volo. He's a 2-time Breeders' Crown champion, and he continues to race at a very high level at the age of 8. Tonight, he makes his 5th Breeders' Crown appearance. Let's learn a little more about Amigo.
Hi, I'm Meg Crone,
I'm Anthony Hahn.
and we're racing Amigo Volo this weekend in the Breeders' Crown.
Nifty Norman has trained him as pretty much his whole career, and obviously we're friends with Nifty, and we kind of trade horses up and down, as well as with Pinsky Stable, who own them, and David Miller. So they were looking for somewhere to race him a bit more consistently. He was kind of going between some of the tracks in PA and Jersey and Yonkers and stuff, so he thought it might just suit him to come up. So they sent him up in the fall, I think 3 years ago, and we've kind of raced him every winter since, and then he's gone to Kentucky the last 2 summers back to Carter, so it's always nice to get him back.
He definitely has a presence. You know, he's he knows he's a good horse, and does his job every day. Always happy.
You hear people say about horses being intelligent all
Yeah.
the time. He really is. He's smarter than everybody around him, and he does take care of himself. He knows when he's good and when he's not. He kind of tells you, and everybody who's worked with him or driven him has said that. He kind of lets you know when he's on, and I think that's a big part of it. Obviously, he's got a lot of talent. He's great gaited and stuff, but he's a very intelligent horse. It's really
Once
cool.
in a lifetime, probably,
Yeah.
to be around a horse
Yeah.
like Amigo.
I've
Yeah.
said a couple of times, I think we were in the test barn there one day, and he'd win, and kind of, gone on a big trip, and I said to Meg, I hope I'm wrong. I said, well, I don't think we'll ever get a horse like this again. He's just that kind of horse. He's special. Everybody kind of loves him, and he's, everybody kind of comes to see him when he races. So, yeah, he's a special horse.
Hill Exotic drives out along with Amigo Volo, the 2-time Breeders' Crown winner.
I think just probably because it was at Mohawk, and he's here in the summer, that he was in the Breeders' Crown this year.
You don't really, horse like him, you don't know till you get close. I suppose they're all like that, but it was the only thing he was paid into this year. We went to a couple of invites and stuff, but yeah.
We just kind of take it day by day with Amigo. He'll tell us when he's ready.
Such a cool horse is Amigo Volo, and this was the lone stakes event that he was paid into this season, and the connections just content to let him race at the preferred open level. And Meg Crone, Anthony Hahn, just enjoying the ride, getting to take care and race a horse like this. But with the Breeders' Crown being here at Mohawk, they take a chance, as this horse has had so much success here in Campbellville. The horses are making their way out of the paddock for the Breeders' Crown Open Trot. Time for the post-parade, and we start with the aforementioned Amigo Volo. James McDonald will steer. 4th in his Breeders' Crown Elim. He is a career winner of 48 races, close to $3 million. And as we mentioned, it's going to be start number 5 in a Breeders' Crown final.
The number 2 in the field will be Private Access, and another one sent out by Determination, Luc Blais, and driver Louis-Philippe Bois. Private Access, a winner of $750,000. He was 6th in his Crown elimination. He'll be a bit of a long shot tonight, despite the inside post.
The number 3 will be French Wine. We'll get to that one in a second. And we heard from Nancy Tactor with some good comments on this 5-year-old son of bar hopping, who's got 4 wins this season. Career winner of $1.4 million, a mark of 150 flat, which now you got to get that sub 150 mark. It's just becoming routine, as Nancy talked about a little while ago in her interview with Jamie.
There's a look at 4 Southwind Coors. We're going to move over to that one next. Another one who's going to race barefoot here this evening. Ronnie Rand Jr., Ron Burke, trying to continue their dream season.
The Canadian record holder Lexus Cody won his limb last week in 149.4, won the Maple Leaf Trot earlier this year. Yannick Gingras for Ron Burke.
Another from the Marcus Melander stable, looking to come right back with the Breeders' Crown win. Security protected, a long shot. 1 for 14, coming in. Andy McCarthy driving.
Curriculum was the Maple Leaf Trot winner last year. Scott Ziron from Marcus Melander, 2nd in a qualifier last week behind Alista Hanover.
One of Canada's best in recent years, Logan Park, the double millionaire, has post 8 tonight. Kyle Fellows trains. Doug McNair will steer.
9 is going to be Hill Exotic. Austin Handers, Todd Luther, Greg Luther. Can lightning strike twice? Can they get another Breeders' Crown victory after winning earlier this evening in the Mare Pace?
Up Your Deo. Earlier this year, he won a big trotting event at Yonkers Raceway over the half-mile oval. Post 10 tonight, Dexter Dunn does the driving, teaming up with trainer Okas Vonstead.
All right, that's the field. As there's a peek at French Wine, who we mentioned, goes for Nancy Tactor and Jason Bartlett. They round things off in this group of 10. $822,000 Canadian is the purse. The Breeders' Crown Open Trot. A 149-1 career best for Lexus Cody, set and winning the Maple Leaf Trot. Amazing to see this 7-year-old having a career year. Not often, Chris, that a horse has its best season ever at the age of 7. He's an archangel, started here in Ontario. Some humble beginnings for this guy, and just has gone to the next level this year.
What a horse. And, when you see him up close, the size is what catches you first. He's a tremendous animal with stature. He's very tall, and he's wide, and he's very strong. And this year just seemed to be his year. He just hit at 7. That was the year for him when he was going to be at his best from what we can see so far. Who knows about next year? But so far, he's the horse to beat. He looks like the best horse in this race.
And the thing I got a kick out of was there wasn't a lot of weeks off for this guy once he really started to heat up. And why would you stop? He's got that momentum going. Just let him continue on this tear, Greg.
Yeah, for sure. And, to get to this point in the season, this is his Breeders' Crown debut. And he'll come in and he'll be the prohibitive favorite, most likely, based on his recent form. So, yeah, keep trying to strike while the iron is hot. And that's what the Connections are doing with Lexus Cody. We said it before. It's not like he was a slouch. He's always been a real top older trotter. But, doing what he's doing on the Grand Circuit this year is something a little bit different.
All right, let's take a look back now at the elimination from a week ago, where it was Lexus Cody opting to race in the elim, similar to some of the others we've seen where they skipped the bye, and he has to start from the rail, but it's no problem as it turns out. He's going to get away in 4th, and Yannick Gingras will get him out and moving midway up the backstretch to take the lead when we spin things for home, and he just continues to accelerate away. A 26-4 final quarter to go sub 150 again, and it's just becoming routine, these sub 150 miles.
Yeah, for sure. And, what I really like about Lexus Cody, Chris, is the versatility he's shown this year. When he won those big races here, including the Maple Leaf Trot, and then went to Yonkers and won the MGM International there, those were front-end missions where he just played catch me if you can, and he's so good on the front end. Then in the Dayton Derby, I don't know if you saw that race, but I mean, he got and ended up in a bad spot, got shuffled right to the back of the field and exploded on the final turn and showed another dimension that I didn't know he had. So he has all the weapons, all the tools right now.
Yeah, he showed his versatility, like you said, in Dayton, where he was even boxed in for quite a ways and didn't get out till late. Watching that replay, and even from last week, I noticed one thing, and that's Logan Park. Logan Park last week, and in my opinion, his best race is when he saves it for the stretch. I don't know if you remember a race back in Lexington last year, but he exploded in the stretch. He's come back from Europe. He's got a little bit of a slow go, as of late. But I thought last week this horse looked like the old Logan Park. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's some speed early. Watch out for Logan.
Right now on the betting board, he's 13-1. Everybody's kind of got those inflated odds for the most part when you've got a heavy favorite like Lexus Cody, who already set a Canadian record this year, winning in 149-1. Here's a look at the facts and figures for the Breeders' Crown Open Trot, where that stakes record is 151 flat, certainly in jeopardy here. John Campbell won this race 6 times. Oka Svanstead, you see he's got 3 wins in this event. He's got just the 1 starter this year, and it's going to be a long shot from post 10 and up your Deo. And how about the mare, Hannelore Hanover, part of her Horse of the Year campaign in 2017? She beat the boys in the Open Trot. Number 7, Periculum at 4-1 is your second choice. The 3, French Wine at 9-2. Periculum, Chris, we talk about these qualifiers.
Yeah.
This is one that turned in a qualifier. Alista Hanover was just so strong, going 151-1. But I thought on that morning, Scott Zeron kind of made the decision when they swung for home. No need to keep pushing on this guy. Just let him do his thing. And to qualify in 51-3, he should be tight.
Yeah, and Scotty's one of those guys, too, that he's not going to empty a horse out in a qualifier with a big race coming up. He knows better than that. So I'm sure he did exactly what he wanted to do. He probably went the mile he wanted to go. And let's be honest, Periculum is no slouch. This horse could win this race, and it wouldn't shock anybody. So, a little bit, I'd like to see him a little, farther inside on the gate. But 7's not bad, and if he can catch some flow or maybe even sit up tight with a tight trip behind Cody, he's very dangerous.
Greg, what about number 9, Hill Exotic? He had a big win earlier this season in the Charlie Hill at Scioto Downs on September 6th, where he got the job done, beating some of these same competitors. Austin Hanners, Todd Luther, Greg Luther already have a win, but Hill Exotic's usually kind of up into that forward mix. Outside starting spot, do you think he shoots out of there?
I think so, and why wouldn't you? Look at the bottom line here. August 30th in the Maple Leaf Trot, he had post 9. He was the first leader in the race, and he raced tremendously. He finished third behind Lexus Cody and Periculum, and not beaten all that badly on that occasion. So, yeah, I would expect he's going to go back to that same tactic here tonight, and we'll see. One prediction I'll make, I think that stakes record is toast in here of 151.
Well, it's certainly pretty cool right now. As taking a look, the temperature now feels 1 degree Celsius. That's what it feels like. So we're almost at that freezing mark, but the action will certainly be hot. The Open Trotter set to go. Their Breeders' Crown Final. Up to Chad Rosema, who has the call.
7th race field. Breeders' Crown Final, Open Trotters lined up. Here they come to a start. There they go. And they're off and trotting. And leaving alertly on the outside, Up Your Dale with Southwind Coors to the inside. Also into the mix, French Wine. And then flanked to the outside of that one, Lexus Cody wide to the opening turn, Hanners with Hill Exotic. In behind this first half of the group, you're on with Periculum looking for a seat. He'll find it along the pylons in front of Amigo Volo, the two-time Breeders' Crown champ. Parked out in the back is Logan Park. Inside Private Access, security protected early trailer, 26-2. They battle to the opening quarter and beyond, and it's Hill Exotic now taking over from Up Your Dale. With Southwind Coors following third. Lexus Cody settled in fourth for now as they go by 3/8. He's tracked fifth by French Wine. Then it's Periculum. Amigo Volo still parked in the back as Logan Park to the inside, Private Access and security protected. And there goes Lexus Cody out of fourth as Up Your Dale retakes the lead from Hill Exotic, 54-3. Down to the half. Up Your Dale leading them into this turn towards the 5/8 with Hill Exotic second and Lexus Cody an approving third. Second over trip being worked out by Bartlett with French Wine to the inside now. Locked up fifth is Southwind Coors. Periculum third over and within range. To the inside of him, Amigo Volo. And two more to Logan Park. Security protected and off stride in the back, Private Access. It's Up Your Dale at 32-1, leading them to the third quarter in 122-1. And Up Your Dale turns for the straightaway with a lead of 2. Chasing in behind him is Lexus Cody. Along the inside, Hill Exotic. Southwind Coors trying to get a rally going and continuing to close is French Wine for Bartlett. Here comes French Wine and Periculum furthest out. French Wine with the lead. He's got a hold of Periculum. French Wine to Periculum. French Wine. Bartlett with another. It's French Wine to take the Open Trot Breeders' Crown over Periculum in 150-1. That is a new stakes record for the Breeders' Crown Open Trotters.
Record 150-1 as it is French Wine holding off. A stakes record 150-1 as it is French Wine holding off Periculum as this one didn't necessarily go the way that we thought it might, guys.
No, it was definitely off from what we thought it would go, and what a race by French Wine. A brilliant drive by Jason Bartlett. How much did we go? 50-1.
Yeah.
Big mile, considering like we were saying before, it's cooled off here in the last hour. So that's a big mile out there, and another great, exciting finish here on Breeders' Crown Night.
Another example too, Chris, where Lexus Cody just not quite as strong as he had been in those recent starts, and a reminder: they're flesh and blood animals. They're not machines, and maybe just getting a little tired. A lot of big miles this season, and that's all it took for another to capitalize.
It's so tough to keep them, at that level for so long, like you said.
Lexus Cody, not tonight. Instead, it is French Wine, and we can lift our glasses to that one as Jason Bartlett gets his second Breeders' Crown victory of the weekend, getting the job done with this Nancy Tactor trainee. Winner Circle reaction when we come back on Primetime.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdick's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! McLovell has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
And 3:27-2 in the third quarter. Big Wicked turning on the afterburners, leads it by 2. J.K. Endevenair is all out. From the inside, Luck Be With You trying to fight back. And some size, some style from the far outside is looking to roll. Big Wicked and Sears. Big Wicked, Big Wicked. Then some size, some style.
Bartlett here, of course, capturing this Breeders' Crown final with French Wine. Take me through the trip, because it couldn't have worked out any better.
Yeah, I thought this race in particular was going to be a little bit of, positioning early in the first turn, and, I didn't think it was going to be cut and dry like it was last week. I figured there'd be a couple levers from the outside, and then, depending on what Yannick and Scott does going into the first turn, I had to kind of play off them and see. I kind of wanted to be behind one of them second or third over.
We'll talk about, obviously, Nancy taking over the training later on, but you took over the driving just a couple of starts ago. He's actually really finished up his miles well. He just couldn't quite get there the last couple of starts, but tonight he really wanted this win.
Yeah, he gets a little pacey the last couple of pylons, and even tonight after we pulled up, Scott said, I was hoping he'd get a little pacey on you there. So, but, he's been really good, ever since Nancy put me on him, and it's been a pleasure to drive him. He's a classy old horse, and, tonight he showed up when it mattered.
A handful of Breeders' Crown drives this weekend. You picked up your first one last night. You get another one here tonight. This has to be a cool season for you.
Yeah, it's very memorable. I'm trying to take it all in and trying to enjoy it as much as possible. It's just grateful for the opportunities that I've gotten this year.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
There you have it. Jason Bartlett teams up with Nancy Tactor to get the job done with French Wine in that open trot Breeders' Crown final.
A look at the prices. Jason Bartlett's got 2 Breeders' Crown wins this weekend. This time French Wine, who returns $13.80, $5.90, $2.80. Periculum was second. Lexus Cody was third. And Southwind Coors, another Ron Burke trainee, finishes fourth. Bit of a tough pill to swallow, though, for the Burke Brigade, who certainly had hopes of Lexus Cody getting back to the winner's circle, but those were denied by French Wine, who wins in 150-1. Coming back to the desk here now, Mark McKelvey, Chris Christoforou, Greg Blanchard, and guys, now we're getting to a couple heavyweight tilts. The 3-year-old pacing colts are next. The open pacers will wrap things up, but Chris, these were 2 of the more intriguing races on paper when we came into Breeders' Crown weekend.
Absolutely. These are the heavyweight tilts, like you said, and I'm really looking forward to these next 2 races. And, you can give a license for 4 or 5, maybe 5 horses in each of these next races that can win.
There's a look at who will be competing in the Breeders' Crown Open Pace, which will be the final Breeders' Crown event. And then we've got the 3-year-old Colt Pacers, though, that will set the stage for them coming up here in just several minutes' time, as it'll be Blueprint trying to bounce back from the first loss of his season when he was upended by Dandy Ideal. Blueprint draws the 8-hole, and Greg, going into that open draw, probably some nervous moments for Ron Burke after Blueprint didn't get that a limb win.
that is, the impact of not winning in that elimination. And Lou Print, not the worst scenario, but post 8's going to make it a little bit more challenging here. Looking back at the eliminations from a week ago, Prince Hal Hanover, boy, he's had an excellent season, but he's had some adversity along the way too. He was placed earlier this year after winning the Meadowlands Pace, placed out of the win spot there. Went to Delaware, Ohio for the Little Brown Jug. Hopes were high. Never really got involved there. But when he comes with his A game and when he gets involved early and can be up on the pace as he was here in the elimination, he is a tough cookie.
And Chris, he got a 29-2 second quarter breather. He's had some tough miles. A trip like this probably did him pretty good.
I think that was the best thing. I think that's what the doctor ordered, Dr. Moore. And, you got, like you said, a nice breather. And this horse, like Greg said, he's had some, tough breaks here and there, but really, he showed up every week, and I really like his chances tonight in here. He's got a good post to work with. He can get himself in play, and I can see him winning this race quite handily if things go his way.
Dandy Ideal would pull off the upset in the second elimination for Lou Print and Ronnie Wren. I'm not going to say he was getting too cute, but you've got a powerhouse horse, one that you're not looking to torture in the elimination. And as it turns out, though, if this race goes one more step, he probably gets Dandy Ideal, but it ends up being a measured win, so to speak, for Jason Bartlett, who gave a great steer to Dandy Ideal.
He sure did, and right here, this horse needs the wire with Lou Print closing on him, but Dandy Ideal shows what a quality colt he is. There's a reason he's got close to $1 million made this year. He has had his moments. He's proven that he can beat these colts on the right day, and it wasn't like he had a soft trip. It wasn't like he had a bunch of racing luck on his side. He made his own luck in the elimination, and he held off the best colt in the division, serving notice that he's going to be a player tonight, and he's got the red-hot Jason Bartlett driving.
Certainly makes things a lot more interesting with Lou Print suffering that loss last week. I think a lot expect he'll just have a flawless bounce back. Ron Burke did say a little bit earlier tonight, though, that they scoped him. He wasn't 100%. Didn't want to make excuses, though. Didn't want to take anything away from Dandy Ideal, but thinks he'll be better here tonight. Another horse, though, that I guess they hope he'll be better, but hard to be better when you already were an elim winner. That's Prince Hal Hanover. Todd McCarthy's already been to the winner's circle in the Breeders' Crown tonight. He'll try and double up, and he's standing by with Jamie.
Todd McCarthy joins us now. First off, before we get into race 8 with Prince Hal Hanover, congratulations on the Breeders' Crown win. A couple races back. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's a big thrill, especially with that filly. She's been so good all year, and it was a well-deserved win for her. So that was really nice to finish the year off like that.
Let's get into race 8 here. Dr. Ian Moore won yesterday with Bojangles, went 12 for 12, a phenomenal horse. And another one here that has a really good chance. Prince Hal Hanover won in the elimination last week. Take us through that trip. You put up some nice fractions.
Yeah, he he's had a pretty big year, this horse, and for him to be as sharp as he was last week, it's a real credit to Doc. So we got a pretty comfortable half there, but he gave me a good kick there late, and I was really happy with the way he finished. So it's probably going to be a little more action in there tonight, but we'll just have to wait and see how that shakes out.
Now, you've been able to travel with him and drive him in all kinds of different races and places. What does it mean to you as a driver for someone to stick with you?
Yeah, it's obviously it's really important, and it's quite a credit as a driver when people want to stick with you. It's a nice feeling. So Doc's great to work for, and he's a good friend of mine too. So we've had a lot of fun with this horse this year.
So far this fall, he really hasn't been over-raced, which is great because the amount of stakes that these horses can be paid into and race week after week and travel week after week can really take a toll on them. And he's been able to handle this fall kind of lightly raced, which is nice.
He has. He's been managed really well, and they've kind of picked their spots with him, and it's worked out a lot of the time. So a lot of his runs have been pretty big miles, but a horse of that caliber you have to expect. So. No, like I say, we've got a good draw there tonight, so I'm confident coming out of last week that would have benefited him really well, and looking forward to getting behind him again tonight.
Well, good luck tonight. Congratulations on a win already, and maybe we'll make it too.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from Todd McCarthy, going for a second Breeders' Crown win tonight after guiding Yo Tilly to the victory in the 3-year-old filly trot. There's a good look at Prince Hal Hanover, a well-traveled son of Captain Treacherous. 7 wins on the season, over $1 million earned. His caretaker, Joe Tolino, always by his side, and they're hoping they'll make a stop to the winner's circle in the Breeders' Crown. The 3-year-old Colt Pace coming up next on Primetime.
Bunny Lake back out for the stretch, and John Kimball has her retaking the lead. Eternal Cam Nation sprinting with all she's got. Always Cam blocked off at the inside. Eternal Cam Nation, Bunny Lake, Worldly Beauty. What a champion! A 3-time Breeders' Crown winner. Eternal Cam Nation is a battling back winner.
The great Eternal Cam Nation had so many big moments here in Ontario. There was one of those in the Breeders' Crown. 3-year-old Colt Pace up next here. Crown Night number 2. Just 2 races to go in the 2025 championships. 3-year-old Colt Pace is next. Taking a good look at the horses in the paddock. And the favorite right now, to no surprise, Greg, is Blueprint.
Blueprint, and earlier this year, he had a big moment here at Woodbine Mohawk Park when he won the Pepsi North America Cup, just edging out Madden Oaks. Madden Oaks, we saw him a moment ago on screen, and he was narrowly edged out by Prince Hal Hanover in the Meadowlands Pace, but that result overturned on a disqualification. He got promoted to first. So Madden Oaks has had a great season. Prince Hal Hanover as well. Dandy Ideal trying to cap off a big year too, but Blueprint has been the top horse in the division when healthy, and has rarely suffered defeat this season. Manolette closer to the inside, another long shot that could come into play here. He hasn't danced all the big dances like the other guys. He's been a New Jersey Sire Stakes competitor primarily, but picks his spots, and he's a very talented son of Cattle Wash that has the ability to surprise.
He certainly does, and there's a lot of talent in this field. I guess that's not a surprise. It is the Breeders' Crown, but horses kind of coming together from various parts. Sipping on Ciroc for Ron Burke. I don't think you can sleep on this guy. He's currently 8-1 on the morning line. He raced pretty well in his elimination to finish third to qualify, but he was the Kentucky Sire Stakes champion earlier this year, and just kind of living in the shadow of Blueprint. But if any other trainer had him, you'd be talking about what a stable star he is for that conditioner.
That is for sure. And for Ron Burke, strength in numbers again. We've seen that all weekend long. He's got 3 starters here. So if Blueprint, for whatever reason, comes up short, he's got a couple of real nice Plan B options, if you will. Burke won in this particular division a few years back with Dorsadoro Hanover. His lone win in the Glamour Boy division. He's got a big opportunity here to make it a second. And, Captain Optimistic Nancy Tactor could come right back here. This guy, hasn't been the dominant force in the division, certainly, but he has been a player all season long, following up on that excellent 2-year-old season. He's talented enough with the right trip.
We got to talk about number 7, Crackshot, Doug McNair, Greg McNair teaming up. This was the OSS Super Final winner, and for Crackshot, just a couple of starts ago in that Super Final, he put up a career best effort of 148-2. He just crushed his rivals. He was super sharp on that night. 5th in his elim to get into the final, kicked home 26-1. Needs a lot of things to probably go his way to get a good piece of this one here, but maybe a home track advantage and a horse that's shown that still keeping it at a pretty high level as we get into the month of October.
He'll have to take advantage of home turf, whether that can come into play here and give him a little bit of an edge over some others. He's a very talented colt, but yet at this point in his career, yet to prove that he can step up and beat these very, very top colts, the likes of a Blueprint in here. Prince Al Hanover, on the other hand, Madden Oaks, they've been banging heads with the best in the division all season long. And the thing I like for both of those colts is tonight they draw toward the inside. They both have that really good tactical speed that they like to lean on.
So the horses are exiting the paddock, getting set to go for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. The purse is $822,000 Canadian, and a very talented field of 10 being headlined by Blueprint. So Blueprint at 3-5 right now on the betting board. See if he bounces back, and hard to say it's a bounce back considering he did race very well in that elim. We kick things off with number 1, Madden Oaks. Louis Waugh retains the drive after sitting behind him for the first time a week ago in the elimination. Finished 4th. The runner-up in the Pepsi North America Cup, young trainer Cameron Capone, makes his Breeders' Crown debut.
Number 2 in the field will be Manolette, a 5-time winner in 18 starts this year. Veteran trainer Bruce Saunders sends out this son of Cattle Wash, Andy McCarthy, will pilot from post position number 2.
Number 3 will be Prince Al Hanover. Todd McCarthy going for a second Breeders' Crown win tonight. Trainer Dr. Ian Moore looking for his second on the weekend. Owned by Prince Al Hanover Stable. He's made over $1 million this season. 7 wins, including a win in his elim.
Nancy Tactor looks to come right back with a Breeders' Crown win. Scott Zeron, also a Breeders' Crown winner earlier tonight. They team up with post-4 starter Captain Optimistic, career winner of $1.2 million.
There's the elim winner, Dandy Ideal. Went the trip of a life, winning over Blueprint in 148 flat. Jason Bartlett, Hunter Oaks team up here.
Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke with number 6, Sippin' on Sea Rock, career winner of $1.4 million plus.
The Ontario Sire Stakes champion is Crackshot. He'll be the number 7 for Doug McNair, Greg McNair. Doug's already got a Breeders' Crown win tonight, owned by Dale Hunter, Frank Brundle, George Kerr, and Greg McNair, a career winner of over $700,000 life.
The Pepsi North America Cup and Little Brown Jug champion from this year is Blueprint. He's got post 8 here tonight for Ronnie Burke and driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Another one from the Burke Brigade is number 9, T.H. Colby, a son of Poppy Rob Hanover, 5th in his elim. Kind of a under-the-radar horse who hasn't had a whole lot of success, really. $74,000 earned this season, just 1 win. Tim Tetrick drives.
And your post-10 starter is Fusion, sent out by the winningest trainer in the Glamour Boy division of the Breeders' Crown, Brett Pelling. Pelling with 5 crown trophies in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding division. His last winner in this particular group was Confederate from back in 2023. A tall order tonight, though, from post 10.
All right, there's the field of 10 for the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt Pace. Good look at Blueprint as he's getting set to go, bringing Chris Christoforou back in. And Chris, for Blueprint, last week, a rare time that Ronnie Wren kind of takes him off the pace. And that most definitely won't be the strategy here tonight. No. But is there any concern that there's going to be some of that inside speed that's going to force him to be used hard here early?
Well, I think there will be, and the thing that I'm looking at is last year. I think last year the same kind of thing happened in the elimination where he got beat, drew the 9-hole in the final, and what was the end result? He won the Breeders' Crown. So now he's moved in a spot from last year. He's got the 8-hole. To win this race, he's going to have to be, a little bit closer and more in play than what he was last week. But if there's a Colt in here that can do that, it's him.
I thought Madden Oaks last week would have got a bit more of a shakeup with the driver change to Louis Waugh. Wasn't really the case, but does that maybe happen here in take number 2? What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised, to be honest with you. I thought he would be right up on the front there or close to it. We're probably going to see a much more aggressive Louis Waugh on Madden Oaks tonight, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
What are you thinking here, Greg, in terms of somebody that could be an X factor in this race to shake things up?
Well, I think, Prince Hal Hanover, I'm not sure if that, would be considered a colossal upset or anything, but I certainly put him into the mix. I think post 3 is a good spot. And Captain Optimistic right next door, Dandy Ideal, posts 4 and 5. I think both of them have the opportunity to work out that winning trip, that trip that we've seen click a few times already tonight, while others maybe get caught up in that early speed. I want to ask Chris about Madden Oaks, and he does have that early speed, and that gate speed weapon has served him so well this year in some of his best results. But last time he had post 1 here, and that's where he got off to the slow start. Do you think post 1's maybe not necessarily the best starting spot for him?
Well, for most horses it isn't on this track, and especially young trotters. But I think he's got enough experience now, and with it, that he's had it once. Louis had it with him once, and I think if he's capable of doing it, tonight's the night he's going to get out there. He's a funny horse, this horse. He's not much for cutting miles. He likes to wait on horses late in the mile, but he loves to explode off a horse's back and make a big move late. So I think the ideal trip for him is if he can get a 2-hole trip in here, or even sit in the 3-hole, make a move late, and maybe time his move just to hit the front right before the wire. That's his best bet.
So right now it's 3-5 on the 8 Blueprint. Second choice at 9-2 is the 5 Dandy Ideal. Then we get to Prince Hal Hanover. You're getting 6-1 on an elim winner, and the only other horse in the single digits is number 6 Sippin' on Siroc, who's kind of my sneaky pick in here. It's hard to say it's sneaky when you're talking about a career winner of over $1.4 million, but they're just kind of lost in the shadow a bit of Blueprint. And Yannick doesn't want to get shut out on this weekend.
No, absolutely not. And I got to say, I think if Yannick can get this Siroc horse into play, he got away a little farther back than I think he wanted to last time. You can get him a little closer. He's definitely going to be heard from late. I think the horse on the screen right now, the 2-horse Manolette, is another horse that we have to watch out for. He's going to get a good trip. He's going to be sitting up close. I think he might be right in behind Madden Oaks maybe. And we've seen a couple come up the rail tonight too, so that you've got to watch for that.
Yeah, Manolette, it's intriguing because he came into the Breeders' Crown elimination, Greg, off of just some overnight contests at Pocono. But while those were good efforts, all sub 150, wasn't banging heads with the top horses on the Grand Circuit, and maybe there's a little something to kind of saving those blows for later in the season.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. That I kind of like that, the fact that he hasn't had to go those brutalizing type trips against those best horses week in, week out, and doing all that traveling. So he's kind of quietly socked away a lot of money this year by dodging them a little bit, but then picking spots. And Bruce Saunders thinks he's coming in here a sharp horse. And I would say that elimination was sneaky good. He was passing rivals. He kicked home in 25-3. He was as fast as anybody on the end of it. The key will be a ground-saving trip where he doesn't have to expend much energy early, because he can kick, I think, with the best of them.
All right, well, we're a little under 2 minutes away now from the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt Pace. It's going to be the second last Breeders' Crown race of the weekend. Blueprint trying to become a back-to-back Breeders' Crown winner. And we've seen that hasn't been the easier task for some of them tonight. Mickey and Minnie, though, did get it. So can Blueprint double up coming off of that loss last week in the elimination? For Ronnie Wren last night, had already had a win with Luadipa. Another opportunity to win another Breeders' Crown. It would be the third of his career, and there'd be 2 with Blueprint. Dandy Ideal, we've talked kind of on and off about him. End of the day here, Chris, is there sort of a strategy that stands out in terms of what Jason Bartlett needs to do from the center of the gate?
No, I think he's got to push out of there. I think he wants to cut it or try to cut it, and maybe get that kind of breather somewhere where he can hold Blueprint off late. But I think if Blueprint is close enough, I think he goes by him tonight.
And what about Ronnie? Compare the trip last week to what you would expect he's going to do tonight.
Yeah, well, like I said, Ronnie's going to be more aggressive. There's no doubt about it. I think even Ronnie Burke said in his interview with the Draw there, like, we're coming out of there. So he's going to be aggressive. He's going to be up near the pace if he's not on the front or, first over. So it's going to be a different race for Blueprint this week.
All right, the starting gates moved into position. The Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt Pace is on deck. A full field of 10. It is Blueprint, the NA Cup winner, back to the scene of that massive win in June. And on a cool October night, does he have a little more Mohawk magic to display? Let's go up to Chad Rosema, who has the call.
Suffering a rare defeat, looking to bounce back. It's 3-5, betting public, confident he can. One that held him off last week, Dandy Ideal at 9-2. Scores in the center of the gate. 5-1 on the other limb winner, Prince Hal Hanover. It's post time for the Grade 1 Breeders' Crown Final. Eighth race field. Thrill Colt and Gelding Pacers lined up for their Breeders' Crown Final. Here they come. And there they go. And they're off and pacing. And a bunch of them are going to leave down the center. There's Bartlett with Dandy Ideal. Sipping on C-Rock is forwardly pointed, as is McNair with Crack Shot. They continue to battle into the opening turn. It's an all-out blitz. And Sipping on C-Rock crosses over for the early lead with Crack Shot. Able to dive down to the pocket in front of Prince Hal Hanover. Dandy Ideal in fourth. Parked out in fifth is Blueprint. To the inside, Madden Oaks. 25-3 opening quarter. Then it's Manolete getting brought to the outside. Captain Optimistic follows him. The T.H. Colby and trailer is Fusion. They race up to 3/8, and we're not settled up front here. Sipping on C-Rock, dealing with Prince Hal Hanover, who's moving to the lead. And Dandy Ideal is now going to surge ahead. We've got another lead change in the works here with Dandy Ideal set to take over from Prince Hal Hanover. Sipping on C-Rock in behind now. On the outside, still parked throughout has been Blueprint, but he's up to third and 2 away from new leader Dandy Ideal, who got them down to the half in 54-1. Manolete a second over fifth, third over to Captain Optimistic. Crack Shot to the inside, seventh. And then it is Fusion with Madden Oaks to his inside, the trailer T.H. Colby. Dandy Ideal leading the way a length to 3/4. On the outside is Blueprint trying to get to him. Prince Hal Hanover in the pocket third. Second over, swinging wide, Manolete, and Captain Optimistic even wider. 1:20 and 4 3/4. And Dandy Ideal, Bartlett fetches for the plugs. He's got 2 on his rivals. Chasing in behind him, Prince Hal Hanover. Gingras off the inside with Sipping on C-Rock is closing. Dandy Ideal digging in. Sipping on C-Rock up the inside. And Sipping on C-Rock will get the win in the Breeders' Crown Final. It's Sipping on C-Rock in 1:47-3. That is a new stakes record in the Breeders' Crown. 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. Sipping on C-Rock at 9-2.
Another thriller in the Breeders' Crown. Sipping on C-Rock getting up to defeat Dandy Ideal in just an action-packed contest, start to finish, a lot going on. And Sipping on C-Rock, the other Burke horse, is going to get the job done. And Chris, a lot going on here. Not exactly how we probably drew it up completely here, because when the gate took off, several of them were blasting.
Yeah, there was a lot of early speed. I just want to say right off, Blueprint was not himself tonight. I watched him go into the first turn because where we were positioned, we can see them, and he started throwing some steps there. How Ronnie kept him pacing, I don't know, but he did a heck of a job just doing that. The horse obviously has a bit of an issue. Something's not right. But, man, you can't take anything away from Sipping on C-Rock. What a mile by him.
Greg, he goes to the quarter in 25-3 to make the front, and then look what he's unleashing here on the end to reel in and pass Dandy Ideal up the inside. That's one heck of an effort.
One of the most entertaining races I've seen in a long, long time. A slugfest from start to finish. And the third winner this weekend we've seen slip up the pylons to win. Action from start to finish, and the veteran Yannick Gingras engineers the winning trip and another upset win in stakes record fashion.
He's had an incredible season, has Sipping on C-Rock. He was the Kentucky Sire Stakes champion, but just sort of living in the shadow of his stablemate Blueprint. The Shadow, no more. He's heading to the winner's circle, a Breeders' Crown champion, as it's Yannick Gingras and Sippin' on Ciroc that do prevail. Stakes record clocking 147-3. More when we return here on Primetime Racing. Sipping on Ciroc in a thriller to win the Breeders' Crown. Yannick Gingras had a lot of big moments here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and there's another one. Let's go to Jessica Otten catching up with the winning reinsman.
Thanks, guys. Winning driver Yannick Gingras sipping on Ciroc. Slight upset here in the 3-year-old Colt Pace final for that Breeders' Crown. Yannick, take me through your vantage point here, because there was lots of commotion there through that first quarter, maybe even half mile.
Yeah, no, I was kind of happy where I got away. Just I wasn't quite happy with the 25-3 first quarter. But other than that, I thought I was following two of the three best horses in the race between Dandy's Ideal, Prince Al Hanover. So I kind of like my spot.
Coming off that far turn there, Dandy Ideal almost separated himself from you. You just kind of riding the rail there, and he really was fighting to get to that horse.
Yeah, he's been so good, really. The horse deserves a big win. He's been knocking at the door. He was beating nose last year in the Breeders' Crown. He raced in Kentucky most of the summer. But, the horse deserves it, and, I'm so happy for him.
You've been his regular pilot throughout his 2- and 3-year-old season. Maybe just talk about his progression. He's put up some good miles, obviously, but to get a big win like this.
Yeah, for sure. He's... I shouldn't say come a long way, because he's been good all along. He was good at the beginning last year, and he's been good throughout. Just happy for the connection, and happy to get to the winner's circle finally tonight.
Nice job.
Thanks so much.
Yannick Gingras, Ron Berg, team up with Sippin' on Ciroc in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Breeders' Crown final.
And we're back in the winner's circle as Yannick Gingras continues the celebrations, sipping on Ciroc. Jess mentioned how Yannick's been driving this one full time, and he was even making some trips over to Northfield in the summer to go drive him in a Sire Stakes division. I think that speaks pretty highly, Chris, to what he thought of this horse.
Yeah, he was sticking with him, and it paid off in the end, didn't it? He got he drove him great, and he gave him a good trip, and the horse responded for him, and they got the Breeders' Crown win.
Ronnie Burke gets another one here with Sipping on Ciroc. Maybe not the one he was thinking it would be, but nonetheless, it's a Breeders' Crown victory for the Burke Brigade. $11 winner is Sipping on Ciroc. Dandy Ideal second. Captain Optimistic, great for Nancy Tactor, who followed up a win with French Wine to then get Captain Optimistic at a big price up there for a third, and Prince Hal Hanover involved in that early mix. Finished fourth, and to your point, Chris, I guess we just go back to the drawing board in terms of Blueprint. You're right. He didn't look himself, and still a great horse, and one that they'll just start to try and kind of tinker with and get it sorted out, because there's still some races for these 3-year-old pacing colts. The year's not done just yet. If they want to target the Progress, the Matron, there's still a bit there, and I'm sure Ron Burke probably viewing this as a bit of a challenge now to sort it out.
Absolutely. And, he's a special horse. There's no doubt about it. He's been the horse this year that everybody's been watching, and I just saw him hit that first turn, and he was just throwing in these tiny little steps, and then it got a little bit worse, and like I said, Ronnie did a heck of a job keeping them together. Just not himself tonight.
All right, well, now we turn our attention to the main event, the final Breeders' Crown race of the weekend, the Open Pace. And Greg, this was one of those races that I thought, on paper, you can make a case for 6 or 7 of them as legit win contenders. Actually did a poll of about 5 different racing analysts to submit picks for the Breeders' Crown, and all 5, not knowing who each other picked, all went with different horses. It speaks to the competitiveness of this group.
You messaged me afterward to thank me, because I think I was the last pick, and I kept that intact, that we all went in a different direction. And I went to Maximus Mickey, and simply put, I really like what I've seen from the horse this year, but especially at Woodbine Mohawk Park. It wasn't that long ago he won the Canadian Pacing Derby here with a Herculean effort, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back and do it again tonight, especially with a money man in the bike.
Absolutely. So we'll dive deeper into the Breeders' Crown Open Pace when we return here on Primetime Racing.
Length lead now. Back into second, fully extended is out by Hanover. Tattoo Artist scrambles for racetrack lead on the outside third. It is Bulldog Hanover. He is opening up in deep stretch now to a 5-length lead, and it's Bulldog Hanover, a crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover, and he's home in 146-4, a stakes record performance.
Well, that was a pretty memorable look down memory lane. Not all that long ago, but certainly an incredible horse was that Bulldog Hanover. Speaking of incredible horses, you can go up and down the list here in this Breeders' Crown Open Pace and just talk about superstars. One of them is Nijinsky. Last year's Pepsi North America Cup winner, moved into the older ranks this season. A 4-year-old season that started off well, but then he got sidelined. It was a journey back, some question marks whether or not he'd be ready for races like this in the fall, but here he is, set for the Breeders' Crown. Let's take a closer look at Nijinsky.
Hi, I'm Anthony Beaton. I'll be racing Nijinsky in the Breeders' Crown. He's just been a pleasure to have in the barn. Obviously, at 2, he was a little bit of a project, but you could see him mature as the year went on. And then when he came back at 3 from Florida, and Casey sent him up there, she was telling me that he was like a completely different animal. And then on to this year, like he came back. He stayed here with us all winter, and he was great when he came back, and he started the year decent. Then we just run into some technical difficulties there and lameness issues, but we got him back on track now, and he seems to be heading into the final in good shape. Oh, he loves the swimming, and it's just it's keeping him way sounder, and the concussion on his ankles and everything, it just limits that. And like I say, he's been super sound since we got him back, and we just got to stay on top of everything, and he kind of lets us know we're going to do the right thing by the horse. So. It was great to have Louis stick with him. You know, he knows him better than anybody, and he knows his quirks and whatnot. So anytime you get a driver like Louis, you know, you gotta, and to take him over Irvin the way Irvin's been racing, it showed a big boost of confidence for me that Louis thinks that we got a player that can get the job done. You know, that was a tough trip the other night, but it just doesn't seem to bother him any. Oh, it's a lot easier being here, right? But if you get a chance to win a Breeders' Crown, I think you'd jump at the opportunity anywhere.
Thanks to Tony Beaton for letting the crew stop by Classy Lane the other day to check in on Nijinsky, and set to go. He talked about driver Louis Waugh sticking with this guy over Irvin Hanover. We'll talk about that in a moment, but taking a look at the facts and figures for the Breeders' Crown Open Pace, the record 146-4, the fastest Breeders' Crown race ever, set right here at Mohawk back in 2022 by Bulldog Hanover. John Campbell, Mike Lachance tied for most wins. So too Ron Burke and the late Bob McIntosh. And, well, that last champion horse of the year was Bulldog Hanover in 2022. The one thing about this Breeders' Crown, and Chris, you mentioned this earlier, this could decide divisional honors in what's a pretty wide open division.
Yeah, there's a bunch of really nice horses in here, and anybody could take it. I think Irvin Hanover has been the one that everybody's kind of been watching here to see if he can get it done in the Breeders' Crown and maybe take the H Pacer of the year. Ken Hanover, to me, is a horse, too, that looks very dangerous right now. Wicked last start there. It was 24 and change. So, yeah. I mean, you don't see that very often. Between those two and of course, Nijinsky, you know, there's 3 right there that anybody can win, and it's going to be a heck of a race.
Greg, let's take a look back at the eliminations from a week ago, and I was talking about how Louis Waugh had a tough choice. Irvin Hanover or Nijinsky. Irvin's been red hot. He's had a lot of big moments with Nijinsky. Maybe thinking he's a little fresher because he'd had some time off due to injury. And in that first elimination, well, we got to see them hook up.
And what a matchup it ended up being. Irvin Hanover going to settle away in the early positions here back at 5th spot, and watches kind of as the dust settles up front. There was enough tussling in the early going that gave him a bit of a target to chase, but the horse in the front end was obviously very strong on this occasion, and Irvin Hanover had to go to the bottom of the well to get there, and pulls it out by just a neck over Nijinsky, who was a dead game of the inside. Captain Albano not far off there as well. Great finish here, but Irvin Hanover showing the grittiness. We always knew he had the talent, but this year he's shown that will to get to the wire first. That's been the separator and made him such a top performer.
So a slugfest there in the first elim number 2, as Chris just alluded to. Saw a 24-4 24 final quarter come from Ken Hanover. Comes first up for Dave Miller. And wow, 24-4 in the end of a mile for a career best 147-3. That really turned heads, Chris. I mean, I think there's only been really a handful of horses that you've ever noted a 24-4 quarter. The odd time we saw it at Woodbine with that full straightaway to the quarter, but to do it on the end of a 47 mile is insane.
And I think I'll venture to say it's the first horse to come a quarter like that after leaving the gate and getting away second. I think he was at the quarter. His own first quarter was 27 flat. So to have that kicker on the end, I mean, it shapes up pretty good for this week. This horse looks like the sharp horse in here.
And Maximus Mickey was the runner-up there. Beat just a length and a quarter. Maximus Mickey's final quarter was 25-1. A horse in that elimination who finished fifth, got into the final, was last year's Breeders' Crown winner, Coach Stefanos. He'll be the rail starter for trainer Irv Miller. James McDonald drives. His final quarter was 25 seconds flat, and that's all out 25 flat just to get by a couple to make the final. It just kind of spoke volumes to the kind of speed they were all coming on home.
For sure. Another horse that was in that same boat, Calico Jack Hanover, finishing fourth. We saw him in that second replay in the race with Ken Hanover. He was lapped on third. He was closing and finishing pretty much as fast as anyone in the race. So you just need a little different trip scenario here tonight, and one of those horses capable of winning. Bottom line, these are the hard hitters of the sport. This is going to be another one of those epic showdowns. I think for me, over the years of watching the Breeders' Crowns, this has always been my favorite division. Your top older pacers, these are warriors, and anything could happen.
I think it was a bit of a toss-up by the team here at Woodbine Mohawk Park in terms of what race was going to cap off Breeders' Crown weekend. Would it be the 3-year-old Colt Pace or the Open Pace? Well, the 3-year-old Colt Pace gave us quite a race there, so we'll see what the Open Pacers can do. Let's talk about the choice that Louis Waugh had to make, Chris. He takes Nijinsky over Irvin Hanover. That's a tough call. It's almost a flip of a coin, isn't it?
I think it is, but I gotta say, I raced against Nijinsky 2 starts ago with Calico Jack Hanover, and after the wire, I pulled up beside Louis, and I think I knew right then what horse he was going to take. He had a grin on his face from ear to ear. He was really excited, and I thought to myself then, I think he's going to go with Nijinsky. So that's the way he went, and let's say he got beat last week, okay, but he did a lot of work in that mile, and he just got beat like the last step. Probably would have liked to have seen him draw a little closer to the inside, but a very good horse and could win here easily.
And the fitness question is no more for Nijinsky after the time off. He's clearly at the level he needs to be. Is there anything to that, you think, Chris, the fact that obviously Louis loved what he had by steering and knew how he felt, but also knowing Irvin Hanover's had to go week in and week out 47, and I got a horse that didn't have to battle through July and August.
Well, ideally, Nijinsky's the fresh horse, right? That's what we're looking at here. He had that all that time off. He's had 3 starts now, and the 2 of them there, 47 and 4, 48 flat. He's tight and actually should be at his best tonight. This should be when he really shows up and does something. He should be very sharp and like we were saying. I think that's the way Louis was thinking, and that's why he went with him.
Maximus Mickey, Greg, that's the one that you picked here, and right now you'd be getting 9-1. You don't mind that, do you?
Not one bit, and so many good prices, potentially good prices on the tote board. Just adds that element of intrigue here. This is the only way you would want to cap off Breeders' Crown Night 2025.
Time to meet the field. The post parade on track. One Coach Stefanos, the defending champion James McDonald for Irv Miller. Last year, they swept the field from 10th to 1st to win that Breeders' Crown event. He was 5th in his Olymp.
There's Ken Hanover, who had that vicious final quarter last week of 24-4 for a 147 and 3 clocking in his elimination. 8 for 13 on the season, career winner of $1.2 million plus.
Captain Albano was screaming for room up the inside, trying to squeeze on through in that tight finish with Irvin Hanover and Nijinsky. He is driven by Todd McCarthy for trainer Noel Daly.
Calico Jack Hanover, the 4 earlier this year, won the Juravinsky Memorial at Flamborough Downs, one of the biggest wins of his career. The 4-year-old having a solid campaign, 6 wins for Determination and driver Bob McClure.
One of the hottest horses in the sport is Irvin Hanover on a 4-race win streak coming into tonight's final. Dexter Dunn was Johnny on the spot. When Louis Waugh went with Nijinsky, he gets the assignment for Dave Maneri and Pollock Racing.
Jason Bartlett looking for his 3rd Breeders' Crown Trophy of the weekend. He'll be on board the Millionaire, Coach's Corner from Post 6.
Here's the Canadian Pacing Derby winner Maximus Mickey. Scott Zeron for the Cancelliaries. Tom and John, they won with Better Sweet in the open pace in back-to-back years in 2011 and 2012 at Woodbine.
Former winner of the Pepsi North America Cup, Nijinsky. Your Post 8 starter, Anthony Beaton, trains. For his connections, Louis-Philippe Waugh back in the driver's seat.
Oakwood Arden is the 9, and Irish bred. Royal Wire Products owns. Robert Cleary trains. Jordan Stratton does the driving.
And Hunting the Last Dollar will round out the field. The Pair Emblem trainee is the son of Huntsville. He's a 7-time winner this year, and Yannick Gingras looking to double up here on Crown Night.
The final Crown event of the 2025 series and the weekend here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Irvin Hanover is having a career campaign, having won 9 times in 15 starts, going sub 148 on a consistent basis, and a limb winner last week. Dexter Dunn will drive. Trainer Dave Maneri certainly enjoying the ride. He's standing by with Jamie.
Dave Maneri joins us now, sending out the 5 Irvin Hanover in race 9 here. Now, how, just in general, excited are you to have him in the Breeders' Crown?
Oh, big time. Horse pretty special to me, and everybody in the barn staff's worked really hard this year, and we're happy to be here, and hopefully have a little bit of luck.
Now, your regular driver, Louis-Philippe Waugh, stuck with Nijinsky, but, I mean, you got Dexter Dunn, so that's not a loss in the driving department. How great is it for him to be your catch driver?
Big time. When you have a good horse, it's not hard to find a driver, but, I think those are the 2 toughest horses, and Louis had a tough decision to make, and, I don't blame him. He's got a lot of history with the horse, but we're in good hands with Dex, and worked out well last week, and he got to know the horse, and, I think he's as good or better this week.
And overall, I mean, it's a phenomenal horse, but how do good horses take care of themselves? Not just the people, but like resting their own self.
He just feels good all the time, and now the weather's getting cooler. He loves it. He loves the cold weather, and tonight's a perfect night for it. He's so quiet. As he's got older, he's got quieter on the track, and he's kind of really settled. But he's got a little wilder in the barn, and wild getting to the field in the morning. But Mark McKinnon does a really good job taking care of him, and they get along well, and we'll put up with anything when he performs the way that he does. He's good to us, and we're good to him.
You mentioned him last week, of course, coming off that 48 mark. How was he coming into the final?
He's super sharp. You know, at this point of the year, you don't need a lot of work, but he likes to sprint. So in one trip, kind of sprinted home this week, and he was super doing it. And, you know, he just he's getting sharper and sharper. You know, he's getting maybe a little of a handful in the barn.
Well, congratulations on being in the final. And, of course, we love the connections and love that you're always willing to talk to us and bother you on big nights. So we appreciate your time.
Thanks very much.
Thanks so much to Dave Maneri for taking the time to chat with Jamie. Irvin Hanover, your current slight favorite at 2-1, just like we thought it would be. The betting board is certainly telling us that it is a wide open race. Chris, you've got some familiarity in terms of having driven horses that are in this race as well. Hey, we just noticed. Number 9, Oakwood Arden, out of a grin from ear to ear mare. Some good memories in the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, way back to 1999, I drove him for Brett Pelling, and John Campbell had been driving him, but he had one for I think it was Brittany Farms in the same race, and they were both kind of the same caliber horses. But Blissful Hall was the big horse that year, and he won the Triple Crown. I sat in the 2-hole behind him and got out in the stretch and was lucky enough to win.
There you go. So some nice roots and connections here. Maybe talk about Calico Jack Hanover, because you mentioned that you had driven him a bit throughout this season, and as recent as 3 starts ago. He's a 4-year-old in this group, and holds his own. He was 4th in his elimination. What's he like to sit behind?
Oh, he's a nice, big, strong horse. When he was 2, I drove him as well, and I remember after I drove him, I said to Luke, I said, you may not want to sell this colt and keep him till he gets older, because he needs to mature. And that's what he's done. And I think even, next year as a 5-year-old and the year after it's 6, I think you might see him be the favorite or one of the favorites in this field. He's just starting to mature now. He's a great big horse with a long stride, but it takes him a little time to get into high gear. But I think maybe in the next couple of years we might see the best of Calico Jack.
Greg, like we said, you can kind of throw a dart at this race because there's several that could win it. Let's talk about some of those other horses that could be into the mix. We've talked about Ken Hanover. We've talked about Irvin Hanover. Those are limb winners. Nijinsky, Maximus Mickey. How about Captain Albano? If the room was there, I think he wins out of limb last weekend.
I agree. He was trying that pylon squeeze, and he almost got there, and that has been effective. That's been an effective tactic over the course of this weekend. So I wouldn't discount him at all. He's had one of those transitional 4-year-old seasons that's been a little bit up and down, but he's a quality horse, and he's one that I think next year, Chris, looking ahead, is going to be a major player kind of all season long. But, it's just so fun to try and speculate what's going to happen here. So much history in the division, Mark, when you look back at past winners. We saw the graphic earlier. The late Bob McIntosh tied with Ron Burke for most trainer wins. We look back, and he had that incredible 3-year run back in 1990 when he clicked, or 91, I should say, with Camluck. Then he followed up with Arts Place and then staying together the next year. Incredible history in this event. And, who's going to add their name to the list? Maybe it'll be Coach Stefanos coming back as a repeat crown winner.
I will say that driver James McDonald told me that he kind of felt like his old self in that race. Everybody's coming home 25. It was going to be hard to make up any ground. This is going to be a fun one, guys. A full field of 10 now in the hands of the starter. Who's it going to be to cap off Breeders' Crown Weekend? The open pace set to go. Let's send it up to Chad.
As best of the best in the older pacing division are lining up behind the gate. Full field of 10. Favoritism slightly to the 5 Irvin Hanover on Ken Hanover, the 2 limb winners a week ago. Captain Albano with his trouble trip at 9-2. They're at the top of the stretch. We're set to go for the Grade 1 Breeders' Crown Final open pace. Ring that bell because the heavyweight fight is on. And there they go off and pacing, and Gingras lights up, hunting the last dollar from the 10 hole, and he's going to chase him out of there. With Coach's Corner and Irvin Hanover to the top 3, Ken Hanover will follow 4th. Captain Albano's going to track him 5th in front of Coach Stefanos, who's going to be 6th to the opening turn. Maximus Mickey parked out, now sliding back for a spot 7th in front of Calico Jack Hanover. Nijinsky next to last early on, Oakwood Ardan the early trailer. Hunting the last dollar, getting seesawed on the lead by Gingras. He's going to let Coach's Corner go to the front in front of him. He's soon going to be in a 3-hole as Irvin Hanover's on the move in the backstretch for done. After the 26-1 opening quarter, Coach's Corner and Bartlett leading the way, but here's Irvin Hanover up on the outside, set to power ahead. Hunting the last dollar in 3rd. Ken Hanover 4th. Scooting to the inside, Coach Stefanos saves ground. And then 2nd over is Captain Albano as Miller's on the move with Ken Hanover first up out of 4th. 3rd over Maximus Mickey. Locked to the inside is Nijinsky. The last pair, Calico Jack Hanover and Oakwood Ardan. 53-4. The Pacers were down to the half. And it's Irvin Hanover leading a length and a half on Coach's Corner, who's chasing in 2nd. On the outside up to 3rd is Ken Hanover. He's within about 3 of leader Irvin Hanover, who gets him to the 3rd panel in 120 flat, and he turns for the stretch, and it's Irvin Hanover leading them by 3. Here's Ken Hanover on the outside trying to reel him in, and Coach's Corner chasing. From the back is Maximus Mickey. Coach Stefanos making a break, hunting the last dollar. Irvin Hanover, though, still leading by a comfortable margin, and Irvin Hanover, strength from start to finish. He won't be caught. What a way to finish here. It's Irvin Hanover. Powerful. How about 146-2, ladies and gentlemen? A new stakes record, a new track and Canadian record. It's Irvin Hanover, 146-2. What a way to close out the Breeders' Crown.
On a night where the temperature is just above the freezing mark, Irvin Hanover paces the fastest mile in Canadian harness racing history, 146-2, to score an absolute dominant victory in the Breeders' Crown. There was no doubt about it here tonight. Irvin Hanover and Dexter Dunn just put on a show, powering to the lead in the second quarter, Chris, and right around that far turn, getting down to 3/4 and 120, you could just see there was no stopping this guy.
No, I think Irvin Hanover answered all the questions tonight, who the champion is, and there was no doubt. When he crossed over, I could see David Maneri just out of the corner of my eye, and when he crossed over to the front, I saw a big smile on Dave's face, and I can see why. Like, this horse just pulled away from the best horses in North America like they weren't even there.
Around the far turn, coach's corner, Jason Bartlett was chasing him to keep up with Irvin Hanover. He finished his second. It might have looked like, oh, he's done in the 2-hole. He just couldn't keep up, Greg. That's how much Irvin Hanover was going.
I did not see this coming, Mark. Not that Irvin Hanover won it and won it impressively, but that mile of 46 and 2. We're around the 0-degree mark here in late October, and Irvin Hanover never better. And there is your older pacing horse of the year in Canada, no doubt.
The previous mark was 146 and 4. It had been done 5 times here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, twice by Bulldog Hanover as well. Dr. J. Hanover, War We Vital, and by the Missile. That record is no more. 146 and 2. Irvin Hanover, our Breeders' Crown champion.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdik's Hambletonian, the father of the American trotter. In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack at East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest-running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
And he's pouring it on! Mac Lavelle has won! Here's the finish! Too close to call!
Operation Hambletonian complete! It's Muscle Hill, 150-1, equaling the world record!
10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
Guys, winning driver Dexter Dunn here. First and foremost, Dex, not a bad pickup last week.
Yeah, no, definitely really lucky there, Jess. You know, Louis had done such a great job with them all season and had a tough choice with this fella in the jinx here, and I was, really lucky the connections gave me a call to jump on board. I was more than happy to.
The open pace, known as the hard-hitting group of the divisions from top to bottom, there was no taking back tonight off of the gate. There were plenty of levers in there. Just walk me through that first quarter of a mile through your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you expect with these older boys, you know. There's no easy races for them all year, so, for them to still be trucking this time of year is a great effort. But I thought there'd be, a bit of action early, was expected, and probably got away a little handier than I thought, and made the move to the front there, and he was travelling so strong around the last turn, and he kept it up down the straight.
A couple of years ago, you set a record with Bulldog Hanover tonight, 146 and 2. It's a little chilly. Just talk about that effort from this guy.
Yeah, unbelievable mile. He just doesn't seem to get tired, Jess. Dave had him ready to roll, and as he was going on the track, he said he's better when it's colder, so it can be more confidence with him.
Nice job.
Thank you.
There you have it. Dexter Dunn, Dave Maneri, Irvin Hanover. They're going to team up for a 146 and 2 effort here in the open pace Breeders' Crown Final.
I'm still speechless, guys, from what we just saw there. 52 and 3 back half from Irvin Hanover. And Chris, you said if someone had come to him, he looked like he wanted more.
Yeah, it just a tremendous performance, and what a way to end the Breeders' Crown weekend with a race like that from Irvin Hanover. I mean, they've got to be so proud of this horse, what he's been able to do this year, and to end it all like that at the Breeders' Crown and win that put on that kind of a show, just absolutely amazing.
Dave putting the ribbon right around Caretaker Mark McKinnon there. That's a pretty happy group, and there's a $4.70 return for a $2 win bet on Irvin Hanover. When you see a performance like that, Greg, that's actually that looked like a 1-9 shot, just crushing them, didn't it?
It did, and we didn't expect that one horse would dominate this division like Irvin Hanover did tonight. Talk about putting an exclamation point on what's been an outstanding season. And this is a versatile horse. Earlier in the year, Mark, at my home track in London, he won the Camelot Classic over the half-mile oval there. Here he is winning on the biggest stage in the Breeders' Crown in a Canadian record time. So safe to say I'm going to have the invite out early for the Camelot again next year. I hope to have him back.
Whoever wins that race next year, hopefully Irvin Hanover's back, but whoever wins, hey, keep your eye for the Breeders' Crown at Scioto Downs in 2026. So congratulations, Dave Maneri's first Breeders' Crown win. Dexter Dunn gets 2 on the evening, gives him 23 overall. Irvin Hanover in a Canadian record, 146-2. Well, that's going to put a wrap on Breeders' Crown 2025. Chris, some final thoughts from you here. We just saw some incredible performances over 2 nights. Weather really didn't matter, did it? These horses showed up.
Well, we were all cold until that race. I think we all warmed up quite a bit. For me, between last night, I thought Bojangles was the big performance of the night, and now tonight, Irvin, he showed up and showed us what he could do. Tremendous weekend of racing, and I just want to thank you guys both for having me here tonight. I really enjoyed it.
We really appreciate you taking the time to join us. Greg, over 2 nights, 12 championship races, lots to reflect on. Any lasting memories for you?
Yeah, for me, it's just the overall 2 nights of racing. So many entertaining races, so many close finishes. We saw a little bit of everything. The stars showed up with big efforts. You talked about Bojangles, Irvin Hanover here. Maybe appropriate, too, that a Hanover-bred yearling wins the finale this weekend. Hanover, of course, by far the winningest breeder in the history of the Crown Series as well. So, yeah, hard to pinpoint just one particular moment. The overall weekend, though, a huge success. A whole lot of fun tonight, and great to have you on board with us tonight, Chris.
It was a blast. Over 2 nights, 12 championship races, 13 champions crowned with that dead heat earlier tonight. It was an absolute treat to bring it your way. On behalf of Chris Christoforou, Greg Blanchard, Paul McDonnell, who was with us last night, and the entire crew behind the scenes with Cujo Entertainment, my name is Mark McKelvey. Another Breeders' Crown in the books, and this will be one we'll remember for quite some time. Thanks for joining us over the last 2 nights. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and catch us next time on Primetime Racing.